home of hot temps, great barbecue, and the Texans. Mecum has touched down in Houston. The NRG Center is full of horsepower, so get ready for a Texas-sized 2 days of coverage right here live on ESPN+. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Danielle Trotta. Right as you come through our front doors, great rides await you here on Mecum Boulevard, including 2 modern-day Ferraris. There's a lot more where that came from. We have 8 in total just like this crossing the block today. Also, a lot of customs and pickups are in store. Right now, I want to know, Chris Jacobs, what do you have your eye on?
Oh, Danielle, you know my flavor, which is why I'm going to kick off my Mecum previews with one of my favorite Dodges. This is a 1969 Super B fiberglass liftoff hood. M-Spec 440 with the 6-pack under that hood. Hubcap delete steel wheels with the red line tires. The Dana 410 rear end, all part of the mid-year A12 package. This one done up in very rare A4 silver metallic. What a beautiful ride. Going across the auction block later today, but Danielle, before that, we got a whole lot of stuff to see.
Yes, we do, Chris Jacobs, and the action is already underway. So tell us more, Scott Hoke, please.
All right, happy to do that, Danielle. Thank you. Look at this, a 2023 Dodge Charger SRT Last Call Hellcat 440 Red Eye. But this is a Skunk Works car, a big-time collaboration. Billy Briggs from Detroit, renowned engine builder, did the work on the 440 under the hood. It can do 7 second quarter miles, a long list of customized features, and it brought $100,000 earlier in the day today. And we welcome you into the booth here above the red carpet at Mecum Houston. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here alongside, and we welcome you watching on ESPN+. You know, we talk so many times, Bill, about the options that an individual car might have. Maybe there's a short list or a really long list. The options for the car buyer here in Houston are about as big as the entire state of Texas.
Yeah, and I like to call this the Mecum Stadium Tour.
Right.
We were just at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Now we're in the NRG Center, next door to the NRG Stadium, next door to the old Astrodome. And we're going to need that kind of room because, as you say, so many options and over 1,000 cars here in Houston this weekend.
Despite the Ferraris, we've got plenty of Mopars to be sure, but some good old classic American big block muscle is coming up today too, yes?
Yeah, let me show you one of them coming up, a 1969 Chevelle convertible. Looks like a super sport, but it's not, but that's okay, because for power, yeah, old school 396 that's been rebuilt. Now, the air cleaner says 350 horse, but look at that intake manifold. That's an aluminum high-rise. You'd see that on the 375 horse 396. So a little mystery there. It's got a rebuilt turbo 400 automatic transmission, restitched, beautiful job on that white interior that contrasts with the rally red paint. Underneath, Flowmaster exhaust, and you see the raised white letter tires and the super sport wheels. And this Chevelle will have a date with the auction block later on today.
And we will be looking for it coming up in our telecast here until 7 o'clock Eastern with you on ESPN+. Here is a 1969 Pontiac GTO that's currently in the mid-20s.
Yeah, and pretty much stock, except for, you see the aftermarket wheels there. Looks like they added a Judge deck spoiler on that as well, but it's a 400 cube V8 with a little bit of an upgrade on the intake. It's got an Edelbrock intake manifold and an upgraded carburetor. Other than that, this is pretty much as delivered. Bucket seats. It's a bucket seat car with a center console. And we see aluminum radiators now, even going back on some of these original restored cars, because they're so efficient, they don't rust, and they really help to keep the engines cool. And this car has got that aluminum radiator.
We have a guest auctioneer ready to drop that gavel. There we go. And sold it for $28,000. You mentioned that aluminum radiator, Bill. Great point. It helps make the vintage car much more drivable and not as finicky.
No, and when you're in traffic, obviously, and you know, the airflow going through your radiator is reduced, you're likely to have some overheating problems, especially in hot weather and with a modified engine.
Next up, 1963 Thunderbird convertible.
Well, we just showed you a 69 Chevelle convertible that's badged as a super sport. Here's a 63 Thunderbird convertible that kind of looks like a sports roadster, but it's not. That hard tonneau's been added, but it does have a Y code 390. That's the one-year only 390 with tri-power. And what's interesting is that if you wanted air conditioning in your 63 T-Bird convertible, well, you had to have the Y-code engine. Power steering and power brakes, power everything practically. And that black paint, the Raven Black, looks great, contrasting with the red interior, Kelsey Hayes wire wheels, and brought back pretty much to 100% original, except for those sports roadster upgrades.
35. Anybody else? Close the bid at $34,000. Close the bid. The bid goes.
All right, the high bid on that 63 T-Bird, $34,000. Well, let's check in with Chris over in the 303 staging lane. He has already got his Mopar mojo in high gear today.
Well, Scott, earlier this week, the passing of another automotive legend, chief engineer of the Viper, Roy Schoberg, left this planet. But he left behind one of the all-time automotive classics. This one is in the third year of the Viper, 1994, powered, of course, by the 8-liter V10, backed up by the 6-speed manual transmission. And I made a special point of previewing this car in honor of Roy, and especially for Bill Stevens, who is a Viper fanatic, and I know is going to have a lot to say about not only this car, but all the Vipers that will cross the block this weekend. So, Bill, shout out to Roy in your honor as well.
Oh, I'm with you, Chris. That's a car that represents so much great history for Dodge and the super team. Schoberg, Carroll Shelby, Francois Castang, Bob Lutz, of course, and Tom Gale, all involved in the Viper project, and you're looking at the result of their genius.
Chris, thank you very much. That car is on the way to the block a bit later today. On the block right now, we've got a 1940 Plymouth race car, and it just sold for $4,000.
I don't know if this actually races. It looks like it's kind of a tribute car for some of those old dirt track cars where so many NASCAR stars over the years got their start. This is how they cut their teeth driving cars like this.
Yeah, well, that was what I was going to ask you. Is this close to authentic, or is it a tribute? In fact, we don't know.
I don't think it has enough dents in it to be a real race car. But other than that, it's pretty authentic.
Yeah, and somebody paid $4,000 for it, so that's the coolest part.
Yeah.
And we check out next 1934 Ford up on the block, big flatty under the hood.
Yeah, it's sort of the big flatty. It's the 221 cube flatty. The 239 flatty came in later, so this is leading up to the big flatty.
Yes, okay.
All right. Yeah, and this has, of course, that 3-speed manual transmission that all of those old pre-war Fords pretty much were equipped with. Leather-trimmed rumble seat. In fact, there you see a good look at the leather interior as well, which was kind of fa for the folks buying Fords in 1934.
$37,000 will be the high bid on that 34 Ford. Well, here in Texas, you know, this is the first of our Texas two-step every year. We'll be in the DFW area a little bit later on in 2025, and we can always count on preponderance of pickup trucks anytime we come to the great state of Texas.
Oh, you said it. It is truck abundanza. Look at the beautiful work in the engine room of that 72C10. That is a 5.3-liter crate engine. I'm going to guess maybe 350 horse. Phi-Tech fuel injection system, and it's even got the tuner with it for the next owner. 4L60E automatic. You saw the houndstooth interior there. Looks fantastic, especially with this Hugger orange paint on the outside. It almost looks like a truck version of a Z28 with this color scheme inside and out. It's been lowered, has Bell-Tech components underneath and vintage air on the inside. And Holley front runner. A lot of guys going to this front runner system. That's your accessory belts and pulleys. They're all like in one really beautifully designed unit.
Yes, sir.
Good job on this build.
65. Selling it, right?
Reserve is
Okay, there we go.
67,000. Everybody go 7.
The reserve is off. 66 grand is the number.
Boy, could there be a better wheel on that truck than those?
That's pretty slick.
So,
And here I am counting the spokes again.
Mitch Bar Tuning. Now I'll bring up 91.1 of 57 Bel Air convertible. Got a V8 automatic transmission.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No,
You sure?
no, I'm not sure.
You want me to give you a minute?
Can we send somebody out and find out?
Oh, 66 grand bought that one. And now a 57 Bel Air that's had some custom work done to it. Look at that.
Show worthy all the way. Look at that specially fabricated intake hood that goes over the induction system there. This has had some very clever work done to it. It's a 350 crate motor with aluminum heads, an automatic transmission, but it's got a Jaguar custom rear end underneath there, if you can believe that. Oh no, more spokes. All right, we'll let that go. It's got vintage air, power windows, a lot of really nice touches here. This was a money build, and how about that interior? We get a good look at it with the top down, that glove soft leather, including the convertible top boot. Oh, and everything just so well thought out. We love to see cars like this.
67.
That's actually a wheel that in the tire combination too, lower profile. We don't see that a lot on these 57 Bel Airs, but it works on this one.
Yeah, that really is the standard in most of the builds now, is to get them low, drop them down, and we see that. Oh, well, that's why we see air ride a lot with the hydraulics too. You can just drop them down as low as you dare. Custom console there, aftermarket steering wheel.
And the internet. Megan in charge of the internet bid at the moment, $67,000. And that'll take care of the deal on that Bel Air. 96 Bronco is standing by. Here we go with it.
Yeah, again, you have to admire the meticulous way that these vehicles are being presented. This 96 Bronco's got the 5.8 liter V8 with electronic fuel injection. I'm saying around 205 horsepower here with an automatic transmission. 4-wheel drive setup. AC inside and a 4-inch lift kit. Those are big 35 by 11.5-inch tires with ion alloy wheels wrapped around. Skyjacker shocks. You know, when I was a kid, we all put hijackers in our custom cars, and this has skyjackers underneath there to help raise it up a little bit.
At a $19,000 hammer price, car selling at no reserve. And I should point out, we have well over 50 cars in our lineup today that are selling at no reserve. And here is the 94 Viper that Chris previewed just a few moments ago.
It's still a bombshell. It's a car that has not lost 1 ounce of its visual appeal. Of course, it hit the market in 1992 after making a spectacular debut at the Detroit Auto Show a few years earlier. Chrysler put together what they called a design team, a production team. It was a whole new concept for them. They brought the car to market in record time, and people were lining up to buy them in 1992, and it was never a mass-produced car. They'd never built thousands and thousands of these throughout the entire run of the Viper all the way through 2017. 400 horse, 8-liter V10 with a 6-speed manual. All Vipers have manual transmissions. And in 1994, you had 4 different colors you could choose. The red was one of them, and you had yellow, black, and green.
Were you one of those that was smitten with these very early?
I'm telling you right now, I've been a Corvette guy and Cobras too. So that when the Viper came along, it just combined everything I loved about a sports car in one package. It's just dynamite.
Right. That's very cool. Okay, here's a 2020 Land Rover. It's a Range Rover HSE P525.
5 years ago, this Land Rover Range Rover stickered for over $132,000. So let's watch the bidding board and see what kind of money it will take to buy this truck. And it's only got a little over 47,000 miles on the odometer. All the extras, all the options. It's a loaded truck. It's got everything in it.
Close a bid at 42.
Won't get there, Scott.
Yep.
43.
Oh, wait a minute. They reopened it. 42, and they've reopened the bid.
As they say at the racetrack, don't tear up your tickets. Reserve is off.
43, 44, 43, 44,000. So 43,000.
Wow, 43,000. Quick math, that's a little bit more than 30% of the sticker.
Wow. It's like they say at the used car lots. Every make, every model, selling out to the bare walls. No offer will be refused.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, this is a very cool machine coming up for us. 2024 Ferrari Roma. In fact, one of two that are here at this event.
Drink in the styling of this car, both inside and out. What a unique approach to a front-engine GT Ferrari took. Not a V12, a V8 with 612 twin turbocharged horsepower, 8-speed F1 dual-clutch automatic transmission. This model debuted in 2019, originally as a fixed top. Now they have both these hard tops, and you can get the cabriolet as well. They're still building them, and people still love them, and that color is called Verde Medio Metallic. Delicious.
Oh, my goodness.
612 horsepower.
Love it.
Just short of 200 miles an hour in that car.
The front end is honestly not typical, maybe of what you would expect in a traditional Ferrari, but that's okay. I'm good with it. The rest of the car is fantastic.
Yes, that's what drew a lot of people to the cars, that front end styling.
Absolutely right. Wow, 220 is the bid. Might need another 10, 15 grand, perhaps, maybe more than that.
Yeah, maybe even more.
So that one will be headed to Bid Goes On. We'll take a quick break. Much more still coming up on ESPN+. One of the terrific cars we have coming up for you tomorrow, it's a 1967 GTX convertible. Big restoration, 5 years worth, in fact. This is a car with a 426 Hemi under the hood, 4-speed from the factory. A multiple award-winning car, and you will see it tomorrow. Our coverage kicks off at 1 p.m. Eastern, just like today, and just like today on ESPN+. How about this, Bill Stevens? That Corvette just brought $90,000 from 1967.
Yeah, you know, and this is a custom build by Vestry's Vets in Paoli, Pennsylvania. John Vestry, family-owned business. They do unbelievable work on updating Corvettes. They do the classic body with the modern-era chassis and platform. This is an example of their work. 427 fuel-injected 500-horse LS7 with a 6-speed manual in the Sunfire yellow. And the aftermarket semi-wire dash alloy wheels that just are the finishing touch.
And again, it brought 90 grand. Here's a 55 Bel Air custom. No reserve, one of many.
And you know what? A lot of times we'll see these shoebox Chevys that have been modified. All of them different, but in a broad sense, kind of following the same recipe. Small block power, 4-barrel carb automatic transmission, and great paint and finish work, and there you have it.
And a $37,000 price tag as well. Anniversary cars, we love them. Here's one, 2008 GT500 KR, the 40th anniversary. The first time we saw that KR roll out in 1968, and this one paying tribute to it and then some.
Yeah, a year before in 2007, Ford and Shelby got together, brought back the GT500 with 500 horse out of the 5.4-liter supercharged engine. And now, this anniversary edition, a year later, has 540 horse out of the 5.4. This one right here is number 1 of 476 that were painted in the silver with the Vista Blue stripes. Just about 9,200 miles on this car, highly original, unmodified. Of course, the 6-speed manual transmission, and another one of those anniversary Mustangs. One in 2008, we had another one in 2012. We'll see another one later from 2022, the 55th anniversary edition, and all of them very collectible and desirable.
40,000, and again, no reserve.
Back here, 41, Paul. 41, 42.
And if you happen to be new to Mecum Auctions, the no reserve indicator is the choice of the consignor. They can elect to either sell the car at no reserve or establish a reserve ahead of time with the option to lift that reserve whenever they choose.
Back in 1968, one of the most popular wheels on that GT 500 back then was the Shelby 10 spokes. This one has 10-spoke wheels, nothing like the original ones. But I kind of believe maybe they wanted to just carry on with that 10-spoke tradition.
Good thought, and 40 ends up buying that one. Here's another 56 Bel Air.
Well, stop me if you've heard this before, but this is not too far afield from the shoebox we just saw a couple of cars ago. 350 small block Edelbrock intake with a 4-barrel. This one with the MSD ignition, 5-speed manual in this. The earlier car had an automatic. It's had air conditioning added, and of course the torque thrust wheels. Those are torque thrust 2 wheels, which we always rave about. Look good on anything. Aluminum radiator too. That may be an ongoing theme throughout the day with a lot of these builds. And the paint and the chrome and the overall fit and finish.
This is one of 10 cars from the Glace Collection out of Round Rock, Texas, just a little north of Austin. And this one sells for $40,000.
Perfect.
The other 56 was part of this collection as
well. Right, yeah. Just wanted to mention that blue with the white.
Love it.
Unbeatable.
Well, that's actually kind of a creamy, pearly, way off-white.
Yep.
It works.
Kind of like a Cool Whip with a little vanilla extract in it.
Right. I'll go for that.
Can you get that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here is a 63 Corvette, total custom as well, the split window coupe.
Oh yeah, this one did not come from Chevy. This is a classic glass split window coupe, fiberglass body, an aftermarket body. You see the interior resembles very little of an original split window coupe with the wood accents and the leather and all of the beautiful stitching on those bucket seats. Has the LS3. That's the 430 horsepower Chevy V8 with a 4L60E automatic with overdrive. Disc brakes from SSBC, one of the preeminent aftermarket disc brake builders in this country. We see their disc brake setups in a lot of custom cars. Just beautiful equipment indeed, the way that it is manufactured and installed.
95, anybody got 100? I have 95,000, anybody got 100,000? Sold $95,000.
$95,000. Boy, that interior was sharp too. It looks like they borrowed some of that wood out of a Bentley or something.
Oh, no kidding. That was like fire.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody, for coverage of Mecum Auctions. You know what I love about most Ferrari models? It tells you exactly what it's powered by. This is a 2024 Ferrari 296 GTB. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's powered by a 3-liter V6. This one's got hybrid assist. Wow, does this have some racy touches on it, making an astonishing 818 horsepower. Just simply phenomenal, the design team over at Ferrari. And check this out too, you gotta get a load of this interior. All the modern amenities, including digital display, not only for the driver, but for the passenger as well. 296 GTB, basically a street legal race car right here. Carbon fiber racing seats with Alcantara accents. Look at those rotors and those awesome forged wheels with titanium bolts. Man, is this a cool car. It's coming across the auction block in just a little bit. Done up beautifully in white over Nero black. Would you expect anything less from Ferrari, Scott?
Oh, absolutely not, Chris Jacobs. Thank you, brother. That is sensational, and it's coming up very soon. So do not move from your easy chair, as they used to call it. Does anybody call it an easy chair anymore?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. A lazy boy.
Lazy boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, here's a Lingenfelter Corvette from 2006. We all know that name, and it means extra performance, right?
Not sure I like the way you looked at me when I said lazy boy. This is a modern exotic right here. This has all of the tools and all the ingredients to be classified as an exotic. 725 horsepower, twin turbo 427 with a 6-speed manual. I think you're looking at a car that can do 200 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Plus a lot of options as well. And look at the selling price.
$36,000.
Grand Theft Auto.
Holy mackerel. You said it.
Wow.
My goodness, that is a terrific buy. Here comes a 39 Ford Deluxe.
It's hot rod time, and there's a color that you don't normally see on modern hot rod bills right now. The trend is to go a little bit less crazy than this metallic candy purple. However, it still works. I mean, it still is an eye-catching paint job. LSV8 engine for power with an automatic. Power disc brakes up front. 10-bolt rear end can take that V8 power. That was a leather interior that you just saw. Hand-stitched, air conditioning, power windows. Lots of extras. Tilt steering column. Yeah, modern conveniences in a classic 1939 Ford, including an aluminum radiator.
As a father of 4 kids who were young once, that's Barney Purple.
Barney, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Was there a Teletubby that was purple?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I didn't watch that one.
And this car definitely wants to be your friend.
Yes, absolutely. Does Scarlett watch Barney?
No, I think Barney is, you know, she's into Spider-Man right now.
Oh,
her big
okay.
thing, yeah.
Okay. All right. Check this one out. 2004 Corvette, an AAT conversion.
We like these conversions when they're done by AAT, Advanced Automotive Tech, and also the ones from Carl's Customs and the ones from CRC up in Seattle. All of them pretty much the same level of quality. A 1953 body style over a modern platform, 5.7 liter LS1 engine with a 4-speed automatic with overdrive. That could be a 700 R4 underneath there. Power everything, steering, disc brakes, has a power selectable drive mode as well. So yeah, you get the sensation that you're driving a late model Corvette, but appearance-wise, you're going back 50, 60 years.
70 bed down 580. Hit 80 pounds and out of bed, 80 bed, 75 bed, 80 pounds, 80 pounds and out of bed, 80 pounds.
Yeah, I love the fact that they nailed all the little touches of the 53, even the exhaust coming through the rear, you know, kind of just aesthetically similar. I think those are probably the reverse lights in there,
Yeah,
in the exhaust.
The exhaust outlets, yeah.
85 pounds and out of last call. Anybody else? Sold, 82 pounds and out of.
Thank you again.
All right, 82,000 will be enough to buy that conversion Corvette. And now we go to the Ferrari 296 GTB from 2024, just last year, and really Ferrari's next best thing, right? Pointing to the future.
You know, it's almost like the original muscle car era when almost every week there was something new coming from Detroit with more power, more speed. Ferrari, you really have to pay attention and keep track with what they're doing. It seems like there's another Ferrari coming here to America that has more power, more technology. And this is a perfect example. This is already going on 2 years old, and Ferrari obviously already working on their next one. They're working on an EV. We may be seeing an EV from Ferrari before long.
Right.
818 horsepower, as Chris described just a little while ago, and all of the electronics that you could possibly imagine. Anything that you can buy anywhere in the world today would probably not have as much technology as this Ferrari right here. It's just got everything you can imagine, and probably things you can't imagine.
Yeah, and what they've done so beautifully too is integrate all the tech into the design of the car. The camera in the front spoiler, the cameras on both side view mirrors, and also in the rear have almost been now become part of the design of the car. Just so cool what they've done.
Yeah, I don't think Ferrari would ever sacrifice style for technology. As much as the technology now is a selling point, a Ferrari has got to have that quote-unquote look about it like this car.
Well, this car brought the high bid of $340,000, which is within a couple of grand of being where these stickered for the base models. And so the bid goes on that Ferrari. And we turn our attention to a 1973 Mustang convertible.
That's been modified, the 73 Mustang. This was the swan song for the Generation 1 Mustangs in 74. Boy, the earth tilted and the Mustang became something it had never been before. But we'll talk about that some other time.
I think the earth spun out of control rather than just tilting.
Oh, what a change that was. But in the meantime, in 73, there really wasn't a whole lot of horsepower coming from the Mustang. So this car had someone make up for that with a 351 Cleveland with the 4V heads, mild cam, and an aluminum intake. Got a big Holley carburetor feeding the gasoline and tubular headers as well. That's a classic hot rodded engine right there with ignition, heads, cam, and exhaust. And it is sold. Yeah.
Yeah, no reserve. I got to say, that's well bought with those upgrades on there, wouldn't you say?
And look at those 5-spoke wheels. That works.
Kind of giving me bullet vibes on those wheels right there.
Right, yeah. And the color to boot. Okay, so we'll move to 67 Chevy 2 Nova.
Yeah, and we're going to stay in hot rod land here. This one's got a crate in it, a 355 V8. Turbo 350, and the rest of the drivetrain is a 9-inch rear end with Mosier 31 spline axles that can take a lot of punishment up front. Mustang 2 rack and pinion subframe provided by Heights. Vintage air, front disc brakes, big 11-inch rotors in the front. That'll stop that car. US mags, all 4 corners, and candy apple red over metallic silver. Sanded, waxed, and polished to a diamond glitter.
I have a cool little touch. That 327 badge on the front fender is actually airbrushed on there.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That's cool. Nice. All right, next up, 2015 Mustang. Well, this has got the
Wonder Woman.
The graphics package that that we rarely see.
The Wonder
ever.
Woman package it
Yeah.
has. Yeah, it's all about this exterior paint treatment here. In fact, it might be a wrap, but anyway, you just had a quick look of Wonder Woman there as we slide into the interior. That's been all upgraded and modified. And the power, you know, when this Mustang debuted in 2015, to get a 300 horsepower V6 was kind of a whole new thing for American cars, and yet this 3.7 liter does that. 6-speed automatic, and that's race red, where you don't have all of that wild Wonder Woman paint graphics. So other than the exterior, not a highly modified automobile you're looking at.
And $10,000 buys it. Everybody's digging that one. Yeah, the young kid, take that to the high school parking lot, see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be the BMOC here pretty
Yes,
quickly.
he will. Big man on campus.
Here is a 2010 Challenger SE selling at no reserve.
Well,
kind of the opposite number of what we just saw.
If that young man has any money left, he may want to take a run at this.
This one, the SE, yeah, so it's going to be a slightly lower power plant there. I believe this one is the V6, right, Bill?
Yeah, 3.5 liters. It's only 250 horse.
With a couple of modern upgrades there. The hood actually is a Demon-style hood with that big wide intake across the front. Non-functional in this case. And then in the rear, you have a red-eye spoiler across the deck lid. And then there's an additional spoiler at the top of the rear window there. But yeah, that is a wrap in the Joker theme. Why so serious? And those wheels are interesting too. They're actually Dodge Ram emblemed center cap wheels. Don't think those were stock in 2010. So those have been
Yep.
after-marketed.
Off the beaten path. Did you notice the shift handle there? It looked like
Interesting.
a firearm of some
Super
kind.
racy, of course, but this is an automatic 5-speed transmission that's kind of, you know, perpetrating the manual trans with that shift knob.
All right, $9,500. We'll take care of that Challenger SE.
So
And
for
next up,
just under, I was just saying, just under 20,000 bought those 2 cars.
2 cars, right? Yeah, good point. Hey, CJ, tell us about this 18 Demon. We all know 1 year only and instant classic, instant collectible.
Yeah, done up in Destroyer Gray, which is my personal favorite paint choice on these. Only 1,381 miles on this. Now, the VIN is 3,028, which tells me this may have been a Canadian market car. And if you come inside here, just gonna take a look at the Speedo. And yes, that is a kilometer Speedo. So that tells me that this car was made for the Canadian market, those additional 300 cars, the original 3,000 for the US market. And when these came out in 2018, as Scott said, 1 year only, they were the big boy on top of the horsepower ladder. 840 horse if you set it up with all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, these were 9-second quarter-mile cars right from the showroom, and some people claim they could get theirs into the 8s, and that is flying for a car that you just took home from your local Dodge dealer.
I was lucky enough to actually host the debut of the Dodge Demon in 2018 in New York, and they gave a little demonstration of it, and I believe he did get those front tires off the ground.
I guess it doesn't matter now, does it? Huh? Yeah, Dwayne should be. Yeah.
Now 80 pounds a dollar. Did you get next? 77, 80. 70
No reserve, 77.
Internet, you're all out. 77, 80.
Let's see if the internet comes back here.
77, 80.
I can't hear you, Russ.
77 pound dollar, 80 pounds and 80. Higher negative 80 pound dollar down 77 pounds and 78 now 80, 78 now 80 pounds and out of bed. 78 pounds and dollar, 80 pounds and dollars all through hard down 80. So 78 pound dollars. So 78 pounds and dollars next.
Well, there we go. 77,000.
That's well bought for sure. Absolutely.
Indeed, especially when people were paying additional dealer markup when these became available. Way up there.
Welcome back to the NRG Center here in Houston, a little bit south and west of downtown, right next to the stadium and the Astrodome, as Bill mentioned earlier. And this 2018 F-150 that's been transformed into the, now I think it's okay to call it legendary Shelby Baja Raptor.
Ready for anything. 3.5-liter twin-turbo EcoBoost V6 with a 10-speed automatic. And the torque rating on these engines as well, just astronomical. What a beast.
Astronomical.
Oh, I didn't even
Nicely
know I did that.
done.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Offense by accident.
Very nice, yes. Well, the Texans don't have that. Here is a 2007 Dodge Caliber.
Well, if you saw the 2014 movie RoboCop, you probably will recognize this, although not from the movie. It's a replica of the Detroit police cars, the Dodge Calibers, that were used in the movie. Little 4-cylinder engine, some wheel skirts on both sides, and push bars and things like that, just to sort of tart it up like the movie car. Not going to be a whole lot of money, you know, but be a fun thing for someone to own for parades and or you know, scaring the kids in the neighborhood when they're hanging out on the street corner.
You're ruthless, man.
I just think of how I would use it.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
The hammer price, $6,500, no reserve. Nice little whimsical treatment.
Yeah, that's
of
all.
that caliber.
Sure.
Okay, boy, this has quite the rumble to it, as it should. It's a 72 Chevelle, but the plumbing that they've added and the engine room work they've done, ooh.
Yeah, that's a powerhouse. That's a rebuilt LS2 with some speed equipment that's been added on, including the camshaft, cylinder heads, MSD, atomic Air Force intake as well. You saw that. Just blows a lot of fuel through that engine. 4L65E automatic with a 12-bolt rear end and 373 positive traction gears. Wilwood disc brakes, drilled and slotted rotors. Nice job on the wheel choice. 18 in the front, 20 in the back. And you may notice as you look at the front, wait, they cry. That's a 72 with quad headlights. Yep, they went retro on that front end treatment. And a lot of people actually prefer that look. They like the 1970.
Yeah, quite common
headlight configuration, so why not? Some work underneath too, QA1 coilovers and tubular A-arms. So that's going to have a stout ride. And plenty of audio power. Big custom stereo with a kicker subwoofer.
Good close bid, 60,000 right here.
Okay, the high bid here at $60,000 as we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Oh yeah, Scott, hanging out in the State Farm display here at Mecum, and they always have killer rides in here, and this one is no exception. 1965 Pontiac GTO. 65, of course, was the second year of the GTO, and its last as an option for the Tempest, and this one is special. Why? Well, because of the color and the options, powered, of course, by the 389 with the Tri-Power, but this is a rare Code A Starlight black paint over black interior. And I mentioned the options. It's got a lot of goodies: air conditioning, power windows, power bucket seats, power steering, power brakes. Getting a look at those Hurst 5-spoke wheels. What a fantastic, beautiful convertible this is. Unbelievable. Wow. And this just gorgeous red pinstripe along there too, picking up the red line tires wrapped up around those Hurst 5-spokers. Man, is this a beautiful one. Behind that 389 is a 5-speed Muncie M20 manual transmission, 4-speed manual transmission. This one is rated at 360 horsepower, and it's going to be hanging out here in the State Farm booth until it goes across the Mecum auction block tomorrow, Saturday. Scott?
All right, very good, CJ. Thank you. And yes, indeed, they do have a tendency to pick some pretty solid cars to put in the State Farm booth.
Yeah, because you can go over and have your picture taken with a car. So they want some eye candy over there for you.
Plenty of that here in Houston. And plenty of pickup trucks. Already mentioned that. Here's an 07 Silverado 3500 HD LTZ pickup.
Rugged customers are these trucks, built to last forever. I am not kidding. Only 43,000 miles, lots of life, and lots of roadability left in this truck with that big Duramax 6.6-liter diesel, an Allison automatic transmission. And those Allison automatics, you find them in big rigs and 10-wheel dump trucks and motor coaches. They are almost indestructible. Lots of other options as well. Cruise control with AC, power windows, locks, and seats. It's a car disguised as a truck, really. And it's pretty much where the pickup truck has evolved into. No longer the strict workhorses they used to be. In fact, some people now, they'll have a crew cab as their family ride for them and the kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
37 is the bid.
Good close bid at 37,000.
And that is where it's going to end up for now. So bid goes on is next for that big old dually. Only one owner, by the way, since 2007. Here's a 2010 Challenger RT now. Not a lot of miles on the odometer here, Bill.
No, just over 7,000, Scott. And this is a car that represents the pre-Hellcat Demon generation for the Mopars. These were quick little cars. 5.7 liter with 372 horsepower. At the time, in 2010, this Challenger RT could more than hold its own. 5-speed, automatic, leather interior. Lots of options, including a power sunroof and AC. And Chris Jacobs, Probably remember when these cars were pretty much the standard bearer for the Hemis and the Challenger.
Absolutely, they were, and all of us Mopar lovers were rejoicing the return of the Hemi, and this is a bit of a time capsule here with only a titch over 7,000 miles on the clock, so getting a good deal there.
Sold it for 23 and will stay in the family. Although we'll go way, way, way back to 1965 for this Coronet, CJ.
Yeah, this is an absolutely stellar build here. Complete frame on restoration because, of course, these cars were unibodies and therefore cannot be taken off of the frame. But what I love is the mini tub job in the back. It's got those huge rear meats in there. But this is a street legal car, so don't be afraid to fire it up and take it to wherever you're going to go. The poverty caps on the wheels look really cool. 426 displacement, of course, but this is the wedge motor, not the Hemi motor. So putting out a good deal of power there. You see the roll cage in the interior. Pretty stock appearing, except for that racing transmission. A couple of added gauges on the dash. Just giving you all sorts of racy options on this car. Beautiful paint here. And yeah, what can I say?
Love
Gorgeous.
that car. It takes me back to the super stock days, super stock hood. And it's a tweener car too. You know, it's got the engine that was right after the race Hemi in '64 and then the street Hemi in '66.
Welcome back to Mecum, Houston. Welcome back, everybody. Always a great crowd on hand when we come to the Lone Star State, and today is no exception. You may remember at the top of the show, I told you guys we'd have a lot of customs crossing the block. Well, in just a little bit, I promise, a Ford Fairlane like you've never seen before. This 1958 Ford Fairlane 500 Skyliner. A gentleman walked up to me about 5 minutes ago and he goes, I've never seen anything like this. So let's take a look at it front to back. One of the cool customizable options, you see the additional spotlights here, which is fun. They're calling the color here, it's listed as burgundy. It feels more like a mauve rose, or as our photographer Jay said, a rosé color. Beautiful front to back here. And check this out, guys. My favorite feature perhaps is the retractable hardtop. And because that takes up all of your trunk space, where are you going to store your items? Because it's a great car to take on a road trip. Well, the builder thought of that too. Come on back. In the Wait There's More department, take a look at this, a 2002 custom trailer. This will come with the purchase of the Fairlane as well. So come on all the way back here, and now you get more of a traditional Fairlane trunk in a separate customized trailer. So from back to front, guys, take a look at how much you are towing down the road, all in chrome and rosé style. I love this.
Wow, that's pretty cool. That's I don't think we've seen plenty of trailers, but that's taken quite a bit of work to get that to connect.
We've seen Prowlers with trailers that look like the car, and old hot rods like 32 Fords, but I think this is a first right here.
Man, very cool. Thank you, DT. That's coming up. Here's a 68 GT350. Rolling just off the block now in a $100,000 bid. What's drawing the big money here?
It's the condition, Scott, far and away. Now, this has a 302 in it, 68 GT350. This is not a big muscle motor kind of car.
And it's not a replica.
And it's not, exactly. This is a documented Shelby GT350, but it's the right color, Acapulco blue, and it's the 4-speed car as well, and not quite going to sell, but just goes to show you don't need a big block Shelby to get into six figures.
Well, it got to six figures, but that's not going to be quite enough.
Right.
So here next is a 66 Cobra replica.
And I'm going to take a wild guess. This is probably a factory 5 car, and I'm looking at the rear wheel wells and the flares, and it looks suspiciously like a factory 5 car, which is built right near me in Massachusetts. Anyway, this one with a stroker engine in it, a 390 with a Holly Sniper electronic fuel injection. And as I've said any number of times in the past, Cobra replicas no longer are replicating Cobras right down to the last nut and bolt. They really are a blank a palette for people to kind of do whatever the heck they want and how they feel. And this is a good example. This one has a 4-link rear suspension. If only Carroll Shelby had that back in the 1960s. And that's hitched up to a 9-inch rear end. And you see some things that are authentic to a real Cobra, such as the rectangular taillights, the big racing filler on the right rear fender there, and the 3-point roll bar as well. But outside of that, they've taken some liberties. There you see the transmission there, an automatic transmission with a floor shifter there. That's an aftermarket. It looks like a B&M shifter sitting there. And this will not be a big money replica. This is not going to be anywhere near what some of the real premium Cobra replicas might be, like the Kirkhams and the Shelby CSX series cars.
$36,000 the reserves off. I don't know if you caught it at home. Kind of a carbon fiber-ish hash mark on the left front fender is kind of a cool touch visually. I mean,
harkens back to the racing Cobras. They used to paint those stripes on the left front fender of the different race cars on a multi-car team, so they could identify the car coming down pit road. Oh, here comes red. That's so-and-so. There's blue. Yep. Whatever.
Well, $39,000 buys it. I think they're happy with that. Wonder who gets to drive it.
That's a fast car, so I hope she's ready for some G-forces.
Yes.
And her husband gets into that throttle.
Another little cool detail is how beat up those side pipes are. Very racy, too. Just looks like it's been put through its paces. Cool touch.
Yeah, side pipe patina is what I guess we could call it.
Here is a no reserve 2008 Bentley Continental Flying Spur.
With that 6-liter W engine, the W12, a couple of VR6 6-cylinder engines that are married together, and the result 552 horsepower with a turbocharger, automatic transmission as you might expect. That color on the outside is called sandstone with an ochre interior, and that is just class and dignity personified. The big Bentleys never lose their appeal as high-end, super affluent automobiles for the folks that spend a lot of time at the upscale bistros, you know, like us.
Yeah, right. Check the wood trim. Make sure somebody didn't steal it out of this one and put it in that custom Corvette we had a little while ago.
That's right, yeah. Polished wood.
He's got us in at 21. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 22,000 a bid. 22,000. 21, 22. Sold 21,000.
Congratulations.
$7,500, $80,000 new.
Yeah, 21 here. Wow.
Well, that's what 17 years can do to a Bentley's value, and that car looks like it's hardly been driven. And most of these are not daily drivers either.
Exactly.
You know, they just sit a lot.
All right, now to C8 Corvette. This is a 22, the C8R edition.
Yeah, this was the Corvette that celebrated that GTLM championship in the IMSA series. One of only 1,000 were produced. This one only 36 miles on it. Let's watch the bidding on this. That 6.2-liter, 495 horsepower V8 in the rear mid-engine configuration. And as far as the power plant and the drivetrain, not really upgraded, although it is to commemorate a racing champion. It's pretty much by the book in terms of the horsepower and the transmission and the rest of the running gear. But these Corvettes in this trim level have a lot of extras. This one with a carbon fiber top. It's got the Z51 performance package, carbon fiber interior trim, competition bucket seats, engine appearance package too, which looks fabulous. And these cars, again, the mid-engine Corvette changed the whole historical flight path of the Corvette overnight.
Yep. That engine appearance package by itself is $1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And it sells for 68 grand. And you get a really super cool Corvette for your money there. All right. Well, Bill, you and I discussed this car after our production meeting a little bit this morning. 1970 Superbird on the block.
with a powertrain a lot of people would prefer in their Superbird, not necessarily the Hemi, but tell you that V code 440 6-barrel engine, 390 horsepower with a factory 4-speed with the limelight paint is that's the bullseye for a lot of folks that have always wanted to have one of these Superbirds. And Chris, you've probably seen a million of these cars in your travels, and they never fail to excite, do they?
Oh man, Bill, you said it, and you're absolutely right about the V-Code 440+6 versus the Hemi. A lot more streetable, a lot kind of lower maintenance, I guess, than the 426 Hemi. But you're right, that high impact color of limelight green looking so good on this. Rare birds too. Only 1,927 were produced, I believe, in 1970 only. And a little, tongue-in-cheek homage to the Roadrunner, which this car is based on. They, of course, called it the Superbird, which was the, the cartoon characters, which they used to such great effect.
Reserve came off at 250, and you just saw a bit of 290. We've got phone bidder in the house and on the internet.
Come on, get it for him. All right, the guy in the crowd bowed out, so as long as the internet don't jump back in, you've got it. Come on, man, you got it. You got it, sir.
Okay, $290,000.
Of course, that 4-speed pistol grip trans is kicking that price up nicely too.
And the way a lot of people want theirs.
For the moment, that is our #1 car here in Houston. Welcome back to the NRG Center, Houston, Texas. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and over 1,000 cars here at the NRG Center. One of them happens to be this custom treatment 1959 Chevy El Camino. Visually, the first thing that jumps out at you is kind of an unusual but very cool color, but the business end of things is right there, Bill.
Business is right on. By the way, the El Camino had 2 life cycles, 1959 like this one, and 1960, and then back in the early 1980s. But this one right here is totally made over. There's not anything original on this El Camino that I can see. Other than the body dimensions, there's really been no changes made to the exterior, but that was an LS3 430 horse crate engine with a 4L65E automatic transmission from Gearstar. Aspen green, that's that color with a snowcrest white outside and bedwood black maple wood bed floor. Ooh, nicely installed indeed.
80 by it. No. 72. 72 is bid. 75 bid. I only got 72. I can't get you 75. Well, I know that. That's all right. Man. That's 68. I can't. Thanks, man. Yeah. It's going to take 80.
Mecum rule 80.
A little bit of a jump. Mecum rule, $80,000. 80,000.
This car.
No. Yes, it is, Bob. 59 is a little bit hard to find, but he
You
knows
want 80?
He's been here
Takes
before,
80.
so
He gets first chance.
That's why I wanted to be all in it.
75, maybe?
So 75.
I wanted to be all in.
And we have.
I got 2 guys. Hang on. You want 75?
You want to do 75?
You want 75?
Otherwise, we are going to
72. It's 80 grand.
get down to the nitty-gritty here, folks.
A lot of decisions. The Mecum rule has been thrown out there at 80,000.
Come on, give me something. Beat 72 somehow. Oh, well, a little more than that.
It is?
A little more than that. He raised his bid to 73. Hey,
your El Camino is
he's bumped up his offer to 73,000.
All right, 73.
Sold 73,000.
Wow, okay.
Lightning strike.
That was fast.
Yeah. Very nice.
Exactly.
We like that.
Okay.
By the way, the next life cycle of the El Camino, I'm expecting an announcement any day now, will be the 3rd.
Oh, man, I was really tempted to ask you that question, but I held off, man. But
I just don't need you sometimes.
And then Ford responds with the reinvention of the Ranchero. Is that what's going to happen?
And the Thunderbird, believe me, with a lot of nameplates need to come back.
Hey, here is 2023 Charger King Daytona for us now, and it's knocking on the door of 6 figures almost straight out of the gate.
Well, as we all know, 2023 represented the end of the SRT program for Dodge, so they introduced 7 last call models, of which the King Daytona is one, and one of the 2 rare ones. Both the Black Ghost and the King Daytona only put out 300 examples, powered by that 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi engine done up in Go Mango. This one lightly used with just over 1,300 miles on the clock. Beautiful interior with that leather and Alcantara wrapped steering wheel, which is a touch that I love. And it looks like 97,000 is not going to do it, Scott.
Yep, indeed. 97, that's where we'll leave the number with the bid goes on in sight for that car. And Bill, look what's on the block.
Looks familiar to me.
It sure does. This is your 69 Chevelle from the top of the show.
I do like it. This is a Chevelle. It is not a super sport, as I mentioned up top. However, it's dressed like one, and that is a 396. Now, it's a rebuilt 396, the car not born with that 396 in it. And it's got a sticker on the open element air cleaner that says 350 horse, but as I mentioned also earlier, that high-rise intake aluminum manifold would have been available on the L78, which is 375 horsepower, but that's okay. We're not going for a numbers matching super sport right here. It's whatever they want to do to it, they did, and they did it well.
He sold it 42, no problem.
Turbo 400 automatic, 12-bolt rear end, a lot of power, accessories including steering and brakes, and it is sold American.
Yes, indeed, $42,000. Here's another big pickup truck. Well, not really pickup, I guess. Flatbed, ramp truck, whatever you want to call it. 2022 F450.
Well, trucks like this take me back to the day when drag racers brought their, and these are the professional racers, brought their race cars to the track on trucks like this. They didn't have big, expensive transporters and closed trailers. They had flatbeds. I remember seeing Sox and Martin and some of the great drag racers, Grumpy Jenkins, rolling into the racetracks with trucks that look a lot like this. And
Featherlight wasn't even a thing back then, probably.
And if there was, who could afford them?
Right.
So, yeah, this is a 450. This is a 6.7-liter high-output power-stroke diesel. This will pull anything. 10-speed, torque-shift automatic, and a 12,000-pound winch. All heavy-duty, all over the place. Just look at that truck, and you know it's built for hard work. However, if you've had a day of hard work, you should know this has massaging seats to work out the kinks.
Yeah, that has to be the strangest option on this particular kind of truck.
It's probably the strangest segue that we've ever heard.
True.
Yeah, a lot of features. It's loaded. It's optioned out, believe me. And we're going to sell it. Yeah, look at that, Scott.
Yes, indeed. And we're at 6 figures. Couple of bidders going at it.
Crew cab up front, plenty of room. Touchscreen infotainment system. Wow. Panoramic sunroof goes the length of the cab. Yeah. Everything you'd want.
Sold 101,000. Sold 101. Frank's Way.
101,000, I think, is the official price tag.
Yep. I can picture a race car on the back of that truck.
Sure thing.
You know.
Okay. Next up, 1961 Bel Air Bubble Top Custom.
And custom it is, completely gone through. LS Series V8. We'll see it in a second. There it is. Not too wild. I'm guessing maybe 375, maybe 380 horse. Automatic transmission. That is PPG base coat, clear coat aqua, with a white ultra leather interior. Look at that. I don't see much white. That looks like gray to me. But underneath, air ride suspension, Willwood 4-wheel discs, and Foose wheels complete the undercarriage.
Boy, that's quite a look.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes less is more. You know, that is addition by subtraction.
See the taillight treatment?
59 Caddy.
Yes.
Yeah. And
that's kind of a cool touch.
It really is, because that harkens back to so many custom cars over the years, and that was something that builders a lot of times turn to just give it a really kind of special, off the beaten path sort of taillight treatment.
All smooth, no handles.
No, keyless entry, very little in the way of stainless.
And we move on to a 1940 Ford pickup now at an opening bid of 42 grand.
Another show-worthy truck that, you know, just one after the other. And we kind of got everybody prepared that we would see a lot of custom trucks coming through here today. And this is a perfect example. All steel body. 5-liter fuel-injected V8, probably a Mustang 5.0. Top has had a 3-inch chop. And again, conservative and yet so well done. It really kind of has a radical vibe going. It's been lowered, torque thrust 2 wheels, metallic gray paint. See the hardwood bed with the stainless runners.
We got 49 bid. You want hands off? Yeah.
Gonna sell this one.
Yeah.
Reserves off for 49.
Yeah, that's African mahogany, by the way, that they constructed that pickup bed with.
Really?
Yeah, that's an extra touch right there.
That's bougie.
Yeah, we'll see oak a lot of times, sometimes maple, other hardwoods. That's mahogany.
My goodness. Okay, 49,000 buys that pickup truck. No mahogany here.
Nope.
It's a 2020 Gladiator. The Gladiator Sport with, as you might expect, all kinds of mods on it.
Rough and tumble. 6.5-inch lift. That has some altitude and attitude. A lot of off-road features on this, including the exterior lighting, the Kevlar fender flares, adjustable steering, 20 by 12 KMC HD wheels. Look at that. That is a manly ride. Off-road lights along the top of the windshield there.
That's enough to light up NRG Stadium next door.
Good Lord. You probably see those from the moon.
Okay, 50,000. That's going to be the mark to shoot for. At least something better than that to buy that Gladdy. All right, C7 Corvette here, and in 2016 they once again had that legendary Corvette option code, the Z06, available.
Yep, born in 1963, and in 2016, man, they ramped up the power and the prestige and the capability of the Z06 Corvette. 6.2 liter, 650 horse V8 in there with a 7-speed manual. That is a 3-pedal manual. That is not a dual clutch semi-automatic. One of 560 were built with this blade silver metallic outside. Other extras include 4-wheel slotted ventilated disc brakes. Calipers have been painted red. Performance exhaust, that adds to the sound. Car sounds as great as it looks. Z06 alloy wheels as well, and it's a one-owner car with less than 5,000 miles.
I'm going to close that one at 16,000. We got 80 at a.
Okay, the Z06 60,000 will be not enough. And with that, we will take a timeout. Push the pause button. And we will continue our coverage on ESPN Plus coming up here in just a few minutes. Well, this is just a glimpse of some of the details on the cars that are part of the Apex collection. slated to cross the block in Indianapolis coming up next month. And if you have been a viewer of Mecum Auctions for any length of time, you know that when we say Apex Collection, that means high-end cars. Bill Stevens, you were there up north of the border in Toronto to check that out. Coming up for Indy.
If you talk about the Apex Collection, you can talk about the collection as a whole, or you can talk about individual cars within the collection. And the one word that I always use is exceptional, all of them. Yep. Just fabulous.
Well, speaking of Indianapolis, let's take a look at another vehicle that we have that is coming to Indy at the 38th Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic. This is a 1962 Excalibur Roadster.
This is a car for a long time. People didn't even know it existed anymore. What happened to it? It's shrouded in mystery, but it was designed by Brooks Stevens, one of the all-time great industrial designers. He designed everything: automobiles, boats, home appliances, you name it. This car, the Excalibur RS, 5.7 liter crate engine, about 500 horsepower, and just a fabulous engineering exercise. A car that, if you were to buy this automobile, would be welcomed in any automotive museum in the entire world. That's how special it is.
And the quality of this is so out there. It looks like it was built last week.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Yeah, and it's one of those vehicles where every time you look at it, you keep looking, you'll see something else that is just so extraordinary.
Mark your calendars. Coming to Indianapolis at the Indiana State Fairgrounds the middle of next month. We will have coverage here on ESPN Plus. We've got coverage right now of this 87 Chevy pickup truck that just gabbled for $30,000. No reserve, a V10.
I like the sound of that, and I like the way that truck. You know what? When a truck sits that high, you know you're going to get attention no matter where you go.
Exactly.
That's going to get a head turn here and there.
Okay, here is the 58 Skyliner with the matching trailer that Danielle gave us a preview on just a little bit ago.
I like to call this a 58 and a half.
Okay. I'll go for that.
And what a great job. What an imagination for somebody to do something like this. First of all, it's a first-class restoration on that Skyliner, that 1958 Skyliner. That is that hardtop convertible. When Ford started building these back in 1957, they called them the hideaway hardtop. And just so out there. And, of course, that trailer, again, just replicates the automobile that's towing it. Great paintwork, fit and finish. Excellent wheel choice. Look at those big diameter, polished alloy wheels. Yeah, that's, geez, we just looked at that Brooks Stevens Excalibur, and I look at this and I say, that almost equals it in terms of the imagination needed to build it.
With that trailer, I'm almost tempted to brake check the guy behind me. I think I'm being followed all the time.
I didn't think of that. Oh, congratulations to the builder of that. Very impressive. And the reserve is off. It's going to sell.
At $50,000, right on the money. That's pretty cool. All right, 50 grand, bought it. Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane. Tell me what's coming up.
Yes, sir. Well, Scott, the consignment sheet on this Mustang says it's a 65, but it's actually a 64.5. Now, how do you tell the difference? Well, Mustang aficionados say anything that was built before September of 1965 is a 64.5. This car was built in July, so that qualifies. Now, the only two styles you could get were convertible or, like this one, a notch top, the notchback. The fastback did not come out until the regular 1965 models were produced. This one is done in the factory correct tuxedo black over red. Factory air conditioning you can see underneath the dash there. And this one is powered by a 289. The other engine option in 1964.5 was the 260, which was a V6. Now, here's a CJ fun fact for you, Scott. In spite of my being a Dodge aficionado, my first, quote, cool car that I ever drove, in college I had a 64.5 Mustang convertible.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Wow, man, this is breaking news. I've known you a long time. I don't remember you saying that.
And there you get a glimpse of that cool California black plate 64.5, which I assume comes with the consignment.
Yes. Very cool. All right. It's on the way. Not too many minutes from now. In the meantime, 60 Corvette on the block, Bill.
We're going to sell this, I think. We're getting close to what I think the consignor may be looking for here.
Okay.
Little 283 in it that's been rebuilt. Of course, the 60 Corvette had a 283. That was the engine that was available. This one with a 4-speed. Also get a Power Glide in 1960. A couple of little upgrades here and there. New exhaust and battery. Comes with the Wonderbar radio. And the consignor's going to dig his heels in at $47,000, but I don't think it's going to take a lot more money to buy that car.
All right, so we will let that go to bid goes on. And a 1973 Barracuda up next. CJ, you're down there right with it.
Yeah, well, you know, the Shaker Air Cleaner says Hemi-Cuda, but this is a crate 426, so that's why they're calling it a Barracuda on the consignment sheet. But what a beautiful build, and this has got upgrades in all the right spots. I can see already the headlamps have been upgraded. Looks like all of the, got power Willwood brakes all the way around. Wheels by my good friend Chip Foose. Those are known as the Magnum Thrusts. Use those on the majority of overhauling cars that we built. Getting a look inside here too. Everything pretty stock appearing as far as the dash goes, which is really nice touch. Got the upgrades in all the right places and left the interior completely untouched for that vintage feel.
Let's see what we can do.
Yep. Reserve is off. $80,000 with Ryan Bird. 82. $82,000.
Do we have a conundrum here,
George,
Chris?
last call for your man as well.
High-performance Barracudas were called Cudas. Non-high-performance Barracudas are called Barracudas. This is a Barracuda with a Hemi in it, but not original. So which way are we going to go with this?
Well, I'm going Cuda because, you know, it's got the upgrade under the hood. But the consignor was staying true to what it actually is, which is a Barracuda originally. He didn't want to put any smoke and mirrors up there. So I think that's the right thing to do.
Here's the thing, though. It is a conundrum. It's an H code, which in 73 would indicate 340, which is acceptable if you want to call it a Cuda.
Yeah, you could have a 340 Cuda.
Yeah.
Straddling the line. Well, you also said those evil words, 1973, which, you know, in that day and age.
I didn't think of that.
Good point. Yeah, very good point. Yes. So it's still a conundrum, I guess. No conundrum here about this 68 uncut Bronco. Look at this and the numbers, $70,000 at the moment.
It never ceases to amaze me the kind of money that people are paying now for first-gen Broncos, and it shows no sign of softening. People want to own them.
Well, 70 won't be enough to own this one just yet. And so they will keep working on it as bid goes on. And rolling slowly into place is a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van from 2022. Hey, let's take the whole crew to dinner tonight.
Wouldn't that be a blast, huh? Party bus. Yeah. This is a motorhome, and some of these are set up for civilian duty, family duty. Some are set up as rolling offices, where you literally can do business in these Sprinters with internet connections and a workstation and all that. But this one here, this one is for family use. By the way, it was on this day back in 1929 that Carl Benz, the father of the Benz, the Mercedes-Benz, passed away. And what's interesting is that Mercedes and Benz did not merge until 3 years after his death.
Wow.
So this reminded me of that. But anyway, $80,000 the current bid on this, and this was a pretty expensive piece 3 years ago. You need to get a motorhome or a motor coach or something and just kind of get into the RV lifestyle.
Me?
I think you would like it. Because you've never had one, right?
I've never had one.
No. I think you would enjoy you and Kristen just, decide, hey, let's take off. Let's do a road trip and you can see the country and, just get back here for the auction. But otherwise, just have some fun.
Okay. It's a thought. You know what? This one just sold for 82 grand. My grandparents had one, and I loved it.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. We did Disney World when I was a kid and all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Here is a 1940 Packard 110 Woody. What a piece of work this is.
It's almost unheard of for a classic Woody to come through and not have the kind of workmanship that we see on this one. Restoration shops have really stepped up to bring back a lot of these pre-war Woodies, regardless of the make. This is a Packard 110, and just feast your eyes on it. A couple things. It's got an inline 6-cylinder with 245 cubic inches and 100 horse. 3-speed manual, has overdrive in it. This one appeared on the cover of Packard's International magazine back in 1989.
Wow, that's big cred.
Yeah, it's had national exposure. Cream color fenders with a beautiful woodwork.
Oh, man.
Yeah, huh?
This is spectacular. Yeah, 60,000, that's going to be well short.
Exactly.
My goodness, what that reminds me of the movie Hoosiers, doesn't it?
Oh, right. What a great movie.
Oh, absolutely.
I love when they measure the thing.
Welcome back to Mecum, Houston. They say everything's bigger in Texas, including the horsepower in this ride. Told you about it at the top of the show. 2023 Ferrari 296 GTS. How about this one, Scott and Bill? 818 horsepower on this bad boy, and she is beautiful. I wish you could also smell just the quality of leather, but the speed is what Ferrari is known for. 3-liter twin turbo V6 with hybrid assist. We are talking 8-speed F1 dual clutch automated transmission with the lithium ion battery too. So this is the best in technology and combined with speed and of course the Ferrari luxury we've all come to expect, and it is carbon fibered out. The rear diffuser, carbon fiber. The wheels, carbon fiber. And also on the steering wheel here, also with the LEDs, guys, it is perfection. Retractable power hardtop as well. I love the racing stripe here. The gray and the blue racing stripes really pop. Everyone stops when they see this car over here in staging. It's coming to you crossing the block soon.
Very good, Danielle. Thank you. Yes, we had the 296 GTB a little earlier. We'll have the GTS coming up shortly. That is a beautiful thing. Really is. Here's a 1940 Ford Deluxe 2-door sedan.
What a showstopper this is, huh? Just the paint alone just reaches out and grabs your eyeballs here. This has got a 355 cube crate motor with 400 horsepower, but the fit and finish and the presentation is really the whole story here. Nice job when it comes to customizing a 40 Ford Deluxe 2-door.
All right, the bid goes on. They could not get close enough to make that happen. So a 2019 Corvette coming up next. Last go-around for the C7 in 2019. It's a Grand Sport.
Yeah, and another application of that Grand Sport moniker that has been used several times by Corvette. Of course, the original Grand Sport 1963. One of the all-time great Corvette legends. 460 horse, 6.2 liter with an 8-speed automatic with paddle shifters. Color combination, you asked. How about Long Beach red with a Kalahari interior? Sweet. ZR1 body kit on it, aftermarket carbon fiber throughout the interior and exterior, and a lot of other extras, but it is going to stop just short of the goal line.
$57,000, in fact. Well, a 67 Chevelle Super Sport is up on the block next, and I think we can trust that SS badging. Yes, sir?
We can, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is a real Super Sport. And that is a real V8 engine. That's a big block. I do not know what the displacement is. I have not been told. My people, I'm going to have a talk with them. Anyway, we've got we've got some other upgrades, including Flowmaster exhaust, factory air conditioning, And power steering and brakes. Shocks have been upgraded. Those are Boyd Coddington wheels and a one-owner car for the past 18 years. That's Bolero red.
It's beautiful.
It is. Yeah.
Resale red, they call it.
It is ready for resale, and a few more $1,000, and I think we'll sell it.
Up on a conditional sale with Ryan Brewer for $52,000.
Okay, well, a conditional sale, as you heard Trev Morvek there say. A little bit more aerodynamic in the haircut department is Trev.
Right.
I talked to him about that, and he did it for a very worthy charitable cause back home. And he said he actually really likes it.
Short
a really
sassy.
close cut, right?
Good look.
Absolutely. Okay, here is a 1980 Chevy Blazer Silverado next.
Oh, for so long, these trucks just sat unloved, unwanted, disrespected. Oh, but Blazers now, they are on everybody's shopping list. This one with a 350 in it, with a turbo 350 automatic. This is the four-wheel drive underneath. Has the NP205 transfer case and locking hubs, rugged setup, base coat, clear coat paint with the pastel blue, metallic, and the contrasting white. Everything's been detailed, rally wheels, brand new dual exhaust system as well, and some options including tilt steering wheel and an AM/FM cassette sitting in the dashboard. Excellent restoration. The body side moldings on it, exterior badging. Nothing's been overlooked. They didn't fumble this one.
Now he's out 37. Gotcha.
Reserves off, so it's going to sell. We know that.
Now $38,000. Good eight. $38,000. $38,000. 37 bid down. Bid down. 39. 39. Down 9. Thanks for playing. I get 38. 39. So $38,000.
Well, 38 will take care of it.
And lots of happy motoring left in that Blazer.
Well, we go now to the 65, or I'm sorry, the 64 and a half. Technically, yes, the 65 Mustang. Chris previewed it for us a little bit ago.
Yeah, you know, the never-ending debate. Is it a 64, 64 and a half, 65? However, every Mustang that was built to that initial year is titled as a 65. This one has a 289 V8. The driveline was rebuilt about 15,000 miles ago. It's holding up rather well. That's tuxedo black with a red interior and factory air conditioning. And you can always tell the factory air conditioning in these classic Mustangs because they just hang underneath that dashboard like a home appliance, like a Kelvinator refrigerator. Upgraded stereo, auto sound, Bluetooth. And some other extras, power steering and brakes. And they've upgraded the front brakes to disc brakes with double red line tires with the style steel wheels. It's a looker.
31. Last call. 31.
Hey. You're at 30.
Yeah.
Huh?
31.
30, we're good,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
On the Mustang, right?
Yes.
Okay.
31. So
Well, 30,000 buys that 64 and a half, 65 Mustang that has had a few little custom touches added to it. Very nice. All right, before we get back to the block, we'll continue with our coverage on the block. It is time to check in with Chris Jacobs for today's installment of our Stay Built Performance Tip. Chris.
Oh, yeah, Scott. Let me throw some happy thoughts at you. Fuel efficiency, performance. Yep, you get both of those if you use Stable 360 protection. Just put a little bit in your tank, and it's going to do exactly what I just told you about. Lasts up to a year, too, so good stuff right there. And this is a perfect car to use it on. This is a 1976 Pontiac Trans Am. You see the round headlights there. That is the last year of the round headlights before they went to the rectangulars in 77. This one's done up in really cool switchblade silver over a custom black interior. This car was actually in storage for 20 years and then pulled out and given a full restoration, and man, did they do a really good job. Of course, you've got that 455 V8 under the hood with a 4-speed manual transmission backing it up. This car's got the looks, it's got the power, it is ready for the road. Wow, look good driving in the road in this one, Scott, wouldn't you say? Beautiful car coming at you a little bit later today, Friday.
Yes, indeed, a beauty all the way around, Chris. A perfect car for our Stable Performance Tip. You can find out more about Stable's products at the website in the lower part of your screen.
Kind of like a do-it-yourself Super Duty.
Yeah, kind of.
You know?
Very true. I like that.
Oh, yeah, me too.
1972 Chevy C10 pickup. That's what we have on the block at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of work went into this, Scott. Frame-off restoration, but that's only the first chapter of this story. 6-liter LS. It's been poured over 30 thousandths. Mild cam has been put in it, and a 4L60 automatic transmission has been bolted on. Up top, the Phi-Tech manifold gives it a little bit more fuel delivery. Raptor serpentine belt system. I can keep going. 3-inch drive shaft, 373 posi rear end, lowering kit to bring it down just slightly with those big diameter aftermarket wheels.
Yeah, those are 22s from US Mags.
Yeah, and the truck just hunkers over all 4 of them.
48.50. You got 50? Got it. 2.
Clear
52.
coat, black paint.
50's bid. 52.
Frame all
Owner,
detailed after being sandblasted and painted.
Are you here?
Like I said, a lot of man hours.
Should have guessed.
And that's 72 C10.
$50,000 on the internet.
Yeah.
Sir, do you want to get 52? We're going to get an answer here real quick. $52,000. 50's a bid. 52. $52,000 to get 52. Now 5. 55. Reserve is off. 55,000 internet.
All right. Reserve is
55,
off.
Get 51 to bid. 3.
Yeah, those are US Mags, by the way. Those are 5 spokes that have the fluted finish and they have that slight sculptured look. You notice the spokes are like curved.
Yes.
You know, which just gives it more eyeball, obviously.
Yes.
US Mags, a lot of different wheel treatments from those people. We see them more frequently now.
Well, it brings, that C10 does, $53,000. One of a good selection and variety of Ferraris. We've mentioned that already today, and we'll say it again. Here is a 2021 F8 Tributo.
Boy, you know, after seeing a couple of those hybrid-powered Ferraris that are churning out over 800 horsepower, this is kind of like the pooch of the group. 710 horsepower, but I'm only kidding. Believe me, that is one Houston rocket you're looking at right now.
Good one.
Twin turbo, 3.9 V8, 568 pound-feet of torque. Oh, that'll set you back. F1 dual clutch, 7-speed automatic. Grigio Silverstone is the paint hue. Black and Rosso, leather interior, black and red. And you know, we talk about the technology and the modern day Ferraris. They literally have all the other European exotic manufacturers playing catch up. They are just leading the way with the kinds of things they're incorporating into their cars now. Horsepower is almost not as important now as all the other things that they're pulling in from their F1 technology, their Formula One race program into their street cars. The lightweight carbon fiber pieces and the titanium and things like that. All, you know, that makes these in a class by themselves.
Well, the bidding at $290,000, and Frank Mecum has taken the opportunity to get his dad involved, Dana Mecum.
$300,000 you own the car. How many people would like to see a $300,000 Ferrari sell today? Yeah, just go ahead and raise your bid. $10,000 to $300 and own the car. Just raise your bid at $300. The whole place goes nuts. Do it real quick.
Away from buying that car.
Twice. Third and final call. Give $300.
That is a Houston rocket, but I still like your astronomical line from earlier.
300 is bid. 310.
Oh, they did it.
Reserves off.
There's a bid at $300,000 from somewhere else, I think.
$310,000, Jared. Last call. $300,000. Need to be able to get $310,000. So $300,000. So $300,000.
that one just sold for $300,000 even.
Oh boy, there are a few things you can buy for $300,000 that will give you the experience that automobile will.
Number one for this day. Oh, this is one of my favorite cars of this entire event. It's a 1968 Dodge Super B Custom. And look at this. Absolutely spectacular. That's a 508 Cube big block, aluminum head big block, Edelbrock Performance RPM intake. It's got a 5-speed transmission from Tremec. That is Scott Hoke blue if I've ever seen it, and that car is coming up within the next hour as we get to 2 o'clock straight up here in Houston, 3 o'clock out east as we continue with our third hour on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens and Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and this 79 Trans Am that just hit $34,000 going to a new home.
This is a rock star. Take a good look at it, everybody. It's got the right engine, the WS6, 6.6 liter engine, but that car is original and unrestored.
Oh, man. What does it say for mileage? Does it say?
Yeah, just over 40,000.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Delivered to a dealership right here in Texas and still has that dealership badge on the deck lid, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
Atlantis blue, just all the right parts and pieces.
All right, up on the block right now, 1970 Mustang. Looks like a Boss 302.
Well, I've got good news for you.
Yes.
According to Kevin Marty, that is a Boss 302.
Excellent.
Got the paperwork to prove it. It's got the 290 horse 302. Of course, that 290 horse, that's in parentheses, believe me. They all had 4 speeds like this one, 391 traction lock as well. And the wide ratio 4-speed manual, get a close ratio 4-speed manual if you wanted to. This one with a flat hood, no shaker hood. And of course, the Boss 302, first gen, 1969, 1970. And we saw that toward the end of the first generation of the Mustang. And then later on, they brought that nomenclature back again. But this one right here is where it all began.
Shout out to Larry Shinoda, who did the original design on the Boss 302, and Ford legend has it that he named it after his boss, Spunky Knudsen, who had briefly been brought into Ford and brought Larry along with him.
Yeah, people would ask Larry, hey, what are you working on? I'm doing something for the boss. And that's the name that stuck on the car.
Raise your bid to 90,000.
80 grand is the bid. It was about to get away from us, but they've reopened the bidding.
Nope, he's done at 80. I've got $80,000. You want to sell your car?
1970 was the year that the Boss 302 was the SCCA Trans Am champion.
Commercial ticket to get
Parnelli
home.
Jones and
No
George
plane ride
Fulmer,
for
the
you.
principal drivers.
I've got $80,000. I think we should sell it.
Jimmy Landis is in charge of what is happening on the block.
Reserve is off. $80,000.
Oh, I thought he was going to send it to the bid goes on.
$85,000.
Put another one in the books, Mr. Hoke.
Yes.
$85,000. 82 bid. You're going to give 8. Hey. 83. Come on, get mad and buy it. 83. 82. 83.
Dana Mecum's giving it a good look here.
Sold $82,000. Drake Sprackler.
I think he knows a thing or two about good cars, huh?
57 Chevy Bel Air, frame off restoration.
He's got a pretty great collection.
Well, I was going to say, if he doesn't know about them, it's probably because he owns them. He's got a warehouse loaded with them.
And 82 for this one. It'll be headed to a new warehouse somewhere.
Yep.
And in the meantime, another custom treatment on a 57 Bel Air.
The guys at Hot Rod Dynamics responsible for this frame-off restoration. And boy, they took their time on this. Let's talk about the power plant, 405 horse LS6, 5.7 liter V8. Automatic with overdrive, all original metal body. Chassis, that's not original. No, that's from the folks at Fat Man Fabrication. Color's absolute red, and other changes underneath. Ooh, the bones, good strong bones. QA1 adjustable coilovers with a 4-link positive traction rear end. Willwood. 13-inch disc brakes. There's some stopping power there. And the wheels, Budnick wheels. That's their knife design. 18 by 8s up front, 18 by 10 out back.
140.
And away we go.
The big numbers for the Tri-5s that we saw in Arizona continue right here in Houston. Great to see for that market.
Yeah, good point. Good point, CJ. 69 Chevelle Super Sport right behind that Bel Air, keeping it in the bow tie family for a minute.
Yeah, let's watch the bidding on this because this is a real deal. Super Sport Chevelle, 1969. It was born with a 396. That engine you just saw was the warranty replacement, which will soften the value just a little bit. They put aluminum heads on it, and that'll give it a little bit less weight over the nose. Not a whole lot of extra horsepower, though, but that's okay. 4-speed transmission. Yep, it's got a Muncie in it, power steering and brakes, and it's not going to sell this time around.
Right, at 80 grand. A little modern performance here from the guys at Audi. Not to be overlooked is this Audi R8 that we're going to see here. This coming up from 2009.
Yeah, somewhere around 20 years ago, give or take, Audi decided to jump into the mid-rear engine mounted exotic ball game with their R8, 420 horse, 4.2 liter V8 with all-wheel drive. It's an automatic, it's a 6-speed automatic, what they call the R-tronic, and it's pretty plush inside with leather seats, power seats, heated seats. And these cars right here, at the time, they were pretty much right on par with just about so many other exotics that you could buy from the other manufacturers.
Yeah, but what's missing? They didn't have massaging seats like that big F450 flatbed ramp truck did.
They fell asleep on that deal. What happened?
Well, a lot of performance there, and going to need to take more than 50 to buy the R8. And a 1940 Ford Custom right behind it.
Yeah, the parade of hot rods continues. This is that business coupe body style. When these cars were first built, they weren't family cars at all. As you can see, very little in the way of space behind the front seats. And traveling salesmen would usually own these cars in the early days of their existence. These cars here, any manufacturer at all, could be building a car like this as we take a look at all of the beautiful craftsmanship there, both under the hood and the interior. 350 crate engine with a turbo 400 automatic and aftermarket air conditioning, power rack and steering, and they put a Mustang 2 front end in there with disc brakes, which a lot of builders do because that allows you so much flexibility with what you want to do with the front brakes and suspension.
Well, I was going to say that recipe that you just reeled off is the formula.
Textbook.
All right, bid goes on that 1940 Ford. 2012 Land Rover Defender 110 is up on the block now.
Believe it or not, this SUV is over 10 years old. This is 13 years old, and it barely looks like it's put a tire to pavement. 2.4 liter Puma turbo diesel with an automatic transmission. Has a stage 2 performance tune from Dodge. They do a lot of aftermarket work on these engines, these turbo diesel engines. And this one, a plenitude of options all the way around, in and out. An expensive truck when it was new, well into 6 figures. But unmodified, unchanged, undiddled with, and unsold.
Yep, and quite a ways away. 70,000 is where we will leave it here in the H.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody. Coming up very soon on the broadcast, it's a virtual Mopar's Murderers Row. 4 cars, all at their highest quality, starting with that Super B Custom that Scott Hoke was telling you about a little bit before. How about a 1970 Challenger TA? A manual transmission. Another Superbird coming up with a manual transmission. And finally, this gorgeous 1970 triple black Roadrunner. Only 222 that left the factory with a V code 440+6 in its coupe format. And this one is an absolute stunner. As I said, that beautiful black exterior paint, black interior with the silver accents, black vinyl top. This one has the automatic transmission on the shifty column in front of that rally dash. And look at that gold stripe in the back. How menacing is that? Man, where is my bidders badge? I may have to jump into it. All 4 of these mean Mopars are going across the block, back to back to back to back. And I am definitely gonna be up there on the black. It all starts again with that Hoke Blue 68 Super B Custom. It's gonna start off this magic moment, Scott.
Oh, thanks for the love, man. And don't forget, too, folks, that Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. And we are thrilled about that. And you can just park that camera right there, Tony. We'll stay. Oh, okay. Well, we'll get back to the block here with a 1939 Ford Custom.
Scott, we have a show to do.
I know. Kidding.
Yeah, look at that. Talk about a radical pickup, huh? What a custom this is. It's a 1939 Ford, but you would never recognize it. Look at all that's been done to this. A 7-inch chop top and a lot of custom fabrication. That's a big 428 cubic inch Ford V8 with a 4-speed manual and a Ford 9-inch rear end. Garnet maroon on the outside, but so much work went into the creation of that hot rod. That is creative.
Pretty cool.
It is.
Boy, that's got a lot of old school vibe to it.
Yeah, all the way around.
All right, here we go. Bill with 69 Dodge Dart. This one was made for the drag strip. Look at the size of the rubber out back.
Look at the size of the thing sticking out of the hood. Oh, yeah, this is ready for the quarter mile right here. I will tell you, that is a 588 cubic inch Hemi. And that is set up to run on 93 octane, believe it or not, so it doesn't have crazy compression or anything in there that will keep you from driving it on the street, although I don't know what street you'd be safe on with that car. I mean, just everybody clear out. Edelbrock fuel injection, and it's got an automatic transmission that's been race tuned. A stall converter in there, probably about a 3,000 RPM stall converter, full roll cage. It's a race car that you could drive, as I say, on the street, but it's probably better suited for the racetrack.
The high bid on this Dart is going to be $80,000. So we will take a minute and let this 61 Corvette roll up into position. They're trying to get it moving in a forward fashion. And an opening bid while we wait at 40, now to 50. Whoa, quickly, look at that. Oh, knocking on. I can't talk fast enough to keep up with the bid.
I'll speed it up there, Scott. Look at that, huh? Whoa, already into 6 figures, and certainly deservedly so. This has had just a fantastic custom job done to it. The builders on this really worked hard to create what you're looking at. 400 horse LS2 for power, 4L65E, electronic automatic transmission, even has an upgraded clutch disc into the automatic. How about that for an extra touch? That's Viper Red. And Al Nock leather seats. Al Nock, one of the all-time great interior aftermarket companies for all Corvettes, any vintage. This has got aftermarket AC, and the people at Corvette Correction worked on that chassis, installed coilovers. So much work going into this car. Engineering everywhere you look. The ride height is just perfect. What a presentation. MagnaFlow exhaust, stainless fuel tank and fuel lines. Down the line we go. We're at 122.5. Wow. And not done yet.
Anybody else? 125. Internet. Give $125,000 for it. 122.5 is the bid. 125. Close the bid at $122,500. Close the bid.
Well, it was promising for a minute.
It went up so quickly.
It did.
Like 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
I thought we were going to get there, but 122.5 is the high bid on the 61 Corvette. Okay, the 2023 Ferrari 296 GTS now up on the block.
Not enough time to go through all of the electronic extras in the Ferrari here, but I can tell you it's got a V6 at 3 liters that puts out 818 horsepower. And you know, for old school people, just to say a V6 with over 800 horsepower, you know, what's wrong with this picture?
It's mind-numbing.
The engine technology is just from another planet. 8-speed Formula One dual clutch automated transmission. And this is a hybrid-powered automobile, 7.45 kilowatt lithium-ion battery, provides that hybrid power.
How about Planet Enzo?
Planet Enzo, yeah, I'd like to live there these days.
380 is bid.
We're definitely seeing the difference in value in the models. The GTB, I believe, only bid to about 340,000.
Yes.
This one already at 410, asking 420.
You're right.
Yeah, but I think that only had 710 horsepower. That was a slug.
$420,000. $420,000. Anybody else? 410. $420,000. I have 410 bid. You want to get 420?
Boy, that's just so spectacular. No mistaking that car at all.
410.
410 is the bid.
420,000. 410. $420,000. I have 410 bid. You want to get 420?
Dana Mecum is out there on the case, and I think that gentleman is all wrapped up despite the encouragement. And so 410, that's where we'll leave it. More Ferraris coming up.
And trucks.
Oh, yes, exactly. Including this 05 GMC Sierra 1500 and SLE 1500.
Just a mint condition 2005 GMC Sierra. Not a speck of dust in the engine room. That, to me, is just the wildest thing, and it has over 54,000 miles on the odometer. 5.3 liter V8 with an automatic. And not optioned out completely, not exactly puffed out, but you know, just the look and the presentation and the condition really sells this truck all by itself.
18,000, you better give 18, you better give 17, you better give 18, you better give 18. I have 17 bid, you better give 18,000. Now 19 reserve.
Probably in the neighborhood. Oh, there it is.
As you say it.
Yeah.
You better give 19. I'm 18.5. 19,000.
Maybe 19. They got
19,000. You better give 19. You better give 19. You better give 19.
So obvious how much care and maintenance that truck has
sold
received during its life.
Right.
You know, it shows.
And, you know, the new owners, this is a 20-year-old truck, I should say. And they're still going to get plenty out of it.
Oh, for sure.
Especially for that kind of money.
Yeah,
that's a no-brainer.
You got it. Very durable powertrain. That's going to be around for a while.
Okay. One of the cars from the Bailey car collection is my favorite of this auction. It's the 68 Super B Custom we told you about. Big cube, 508 big block.
Yeah, you've got good taste, Scott. I'll tell you. This is probably built the way a lot of people who want a custom Super B with that big inch, big block with aluminum heads, big power, performer RPM intake with a big hungry 4-barrel carburetor feeding it. MSD ignition with a pro billet distributor, and on and on. It's just an excellent build. The color choice couldn't be better.
Chris, you almost missed those bumblebee stripes if you're not looking at it carefully, huh?
It's super cool the way they're black on the blue. You know, it reminds me of that Kenny Wayne Shepherd song. You know, you just can't really see it until you're right up next to it, but when you see it, it's super cool.
80 grand reserves off,
All right,
and
we
it
got
hammers
go,
right there.
Congratulations on that,
Going
okay?
to the telephone bidder with Gus Kozar there, 80 grand.
Did we mention it's got a Tremec 5-speed?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, Chris Jacobs, take it away on this 1970 Challenger TA.
Yeah, well, the Dodge counterpart to the Plymouth AAR Cuda, homologated for racing. You're getting a look at the 340 with the 6-pack, because it's a Dodge under the hood instead of a 6-barrel. The AAR Cuda, which is a Plymouth. The side pipes, the rally wheels with the staggered tire setup, the fiberglass liftoff hood, those are all part of the similarities between the TA and the AAR Cuda, but that's really where it ends. These are both E-body cars from Mopar, but the Challenger and the Cuda do not share an inch of sheet metal. So although they may look the same shape-wise, they are completely different automobiles. And I gotta tend more towards the TAs when it comes to these and the AARs. Just a little bit more rare, a little bit more special when you see them, especially in this condition.
What do you think of the color scheme, the paint and the interior, kind of outside the box?
Absolutely love it. It's kind of that, you know, orange over the burnt orange interior. Really cool and probably pretty rare too.
Yep. Well, you know what? According to the TA registry, this is the only known example that has all the equipment we're looking at. So it is a rare TA.
And a high bid of $90,000, which means that car is still for sale. And guess who's a guy that I'm thinking of that would be interested in a super rare car like that? Tim Wellborn. What do you think?
Go very nicely in the museum.
It would, absolutely.
And
all right, now to a 69 Dodge Daytona.
Let me start off by saying that my mouth got in front of my brain during that 4-car preview because I mistakenly called this a Superbird. Of course, it's a Daytona, and it does have the V-code 440 plus the 6. Oh, no, this is a 4-barrel, it looks like. So the 440 plus the 4-barrel.
Yep.
Manual transmission, which is very nice, and these are even more rare than the Superbirds. While the Superbirds are in the 1900 production range, only 503 Daytonas left the factory.
Good reason for that, because in 1969, NASCAR only required 500 to homologate the car. Then in 70, you had to build 1,000 of them. So they had to increase the arithmetic. This was sold new out in my neck of the woods, Greenville, Massachusetts, at Holland Dodge. A lot of paperwork with this, a lot of documentation. Yeah, that 440 is the base. 375 horse Magnum. Boy, that was a workhorse engine for so many Mopar muscle cars. In fact, non-muscle cars for such a long time. It is a 4-speed car with the 833 track pack. And it's got all the stuff we love.
But you got a bid to get it off, of course. You never know. You want to try? You have any interest at 290?
Jamie, you want 290? Nick, you want
okay.
What? 285.
Okay, no problem.
200 and you're out now. 290.
All right, I'll
285.
You might remember earlier we sold that 1970 Superbird for $290, so we're right in the same ballpark here on the Daytona.
And much like the TA that we saw, which is the AAR Cuda's counterpart, this car, the Daytona and the Superbird, do not share any sheet metal at all. Completely independent models from one another, although they look very similar. Different shapes and sizes with the wing and the nose, and of course the body style as well.
290, 300,000. Hey Jim, where'd he go? Give 300. 290. $300,000.
95!
295. 300.
Chris, have you heard
300,000.
the debate about whether there actually were 503 of these built, that there was some sleight of hand. Non-Daytonas were counted as Daytonas, and maybe less than 503. Have you heard that rumor, that urban legend?
I have not, but it wouldn't surprise me if maybe they threw in a couple of Charger 500s in there just to get the number over the homologation.
Yeah. The debate still
limit.
rages.
Yeah, and we saw a Charger 500 go across the block in Arizona. That's what this car is based on.
Wow, 295. So,
yeah, for a
that
non-Hemi, non-six-pack.
Exactly, and that jumps over, leapfrogs the Superbird by 5,000 into the #2 spot overall today. Very cool. All right, here's a 1970 Roadrunner for us next.
And this, I think, is the favorite body style for a lot of people who love Mopars, and I really believe they could have hung in there with this body style another year or two. But be that as it may be, it is a true TX9 factory triple black car. Black velvet paint, black vinyl top and interior. VCO, there's your 6-barrel engine. The 390 horse V8 torque flight automatic, short grip rear end with 355 gears, and a fantastic presentation. Did you get a good look at this one too, Chris?
I did indeed, Bill. And you make a fine point about the body style changes, especially in the B bodies during the 60s into the 70s for both Dodge and Plymouth. I agree. This may be my favorite body style for the Roadrunner 1970. It got more curvy and Coke bottle-ish in 1971, of course. But yeah, triple black with that gold stripe and the column shift automatic. Just this car checks a lot of boxes. Those rally wheels, ooh, very nice automobile.
100,000 is bid.
That's he's asking for 110.
Do 105 at 5%. We can always talk.
I'll let him know.
Well, they're still kicking it around a little bit, and $100,000 is the current bid. I think they're going to let it go and move on to the next vehicle. We'll continue our coverage here from Houston after a short timeout. Stay with us. Welcome back to Houston, and yes, indeed, that 69 Daytona headed back to its parking spot, and it just sold for $295 in the previous segment. So we move on to a 1964 Impala hardtop on the block now.
Hey, Scott, let's have a car that everybody can afford, okay?
Okay.
Very conservative, a little 64 Impala here with a 327 small block. I'm going to guess that might be 250 horse. Yeah, I'm going to go with 250 horse, you know, not a big torque monster. With a Power Glide automatic, power steering and brakes and AC. And, you know, nothing that makes this, you know, out of just about anybody's price range. In fact, I'd be very surprised if this sells for more than 30 grand. We may have the reserve come off. Well, as I said it. Here we go. By the way, this show is unrehearsed.
Yes.
This is all spontaneous.
Unscripted.
Yes.
You know, you see it sell for $28,000. Professor Cramen had that uncanny ability
all the time
to predict when the reserve was going to come off, when it was going to sell. I mean, it was crazy.
Sometimes before the bidding even began.
Yes.
He would know.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to sell.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing.
99.9% right.
Yep. Wow. JK, rest his soul.
Indeed.
You would have loved this one, 78 Pace Car Edition Corvette.
Low mileage examples are pulling some pretty impressive bids. This one, it's been driven a little bit, over 16,000 miles. It has the optional L82, 350, 220 horse, but it's got the automatic. The 4-speed cars draw a little bit more in the way of value. Power steering and disc brakes, air conditioning, a lot of that standard equipment on the 78 Corvette. This was the 25th anniversary of the Corvette, and this was the first time that the Corvette paced the Indianapolis 500. Why it waited that long, we have no idea. We often
Could go up,
ask
could
that
stay right
question.
there. I got 19.
This with the ever-present black and silver paint livery. And it's going to sell.
19 grand is the current bid. By the way, speaking of pace cars and speaking of Indy, as this one sells, we have a pace car collection specifically coming to Indianapolis next month, the Jerry Hirsch pace car collection. You'll want to be around for that one, as we'll have the coverage for you here on ESPN+. In the meantime, here's a 73 Corvette on the block right now.
Big block car. The penultimate year for the 454 in the Corvette. That went the way of all flesh the following year. And it's the matching numbers engine, the 275 horse LS4 454 with a 4-speed. Black leather interior. Nice. A few power options, steering, brakes, and windows. And it's got a luggage rack in the back. That is, you know, that is an acquired taste. Some people love to see it. Other people, the first thing they'd want to do is get rid of it, but this one hasn't.
Well, you see 27, the high bid. That's 73 with no chrome up front and chrome bumpers in the back. That's not. Is that a factory color, Bill? I don't think it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Not often seen, but yep. So.
We will move on to a 61 Impala bubble top.
We've had a few of these too, the bubble tops.
Yes.
Come in a variety of years. This one from 61. And this one has had the full makeover. That engine compartment just stuffed with that 6.2 liter LS3 with 4L60 automatic transmission. Very popular choice now for builders, that 4L60 or 4L60E, depending on whether you want the electronic overdrive, air ride suspension. Interior's been customized, and the bid is going to go on.
So rolling up behind that bubble top will be a 1951 Chevy 3100 pickup truck.
That's been modified. We'll get a closer look at what they've done to it when it rolls onto the block. You can almost guess it's got small block Chevy power. You would be correct.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That is the go-to engine combination for so many builds.
They've made like 10 billion of those engines, right?
Yeah, it's and they're still building them in some configuration.
Sure.
The architecture is a little different, but yeah, the basic formula hasn't changed at all. Big Holly 4-barrel up top with an Edelbrock intake manifold. Multiple spark discharge, MSD ignition, headers, and a turbo 350 3-speed with stall speed converter. A higher stall speed, that just gets you off the line a little bit quicker. Orange on the outside, beige leather on the inside. Then you see the wheel treatment, Weld racing wheels.
Wow, how about that interior?
That's an interesting motif there.
Yes.
Orange, purple, and the saddle color as well. Wow.
Kind of halfway makes you expect some kind of purple graphics or pinstripes
on the outside,
on the exterior to tie together.
Yeah, you're right. Bumpers have been removed. You got a quick look there at the bed, hardwood bed, the stainless rub strips.
I would have flipped if you said this had mahogany in the bed, like that other truck.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know when we'll see that again. It's been mini tubbed in the back, so you can get a little extra rubber underneath those big fat fenders.
Well, $39,000. I think they're happy with it. Yes. Thumbs up. And a round of applause for good measure. 39. Okay, here is a performer pickup truck, if there ever was one. It's a 2020 Shelby Super Snake, an F-150. You want to go fast in your truck?
Oh, well, I look at this truck and I think back to the original Ford Lightning pickup, which takes us back almost 30 years. And that was sort of like the first volley that was fired by the manufacturers for high-performance pickups. Of course, GMC had the Cyclone and the Typhoon. And now look at us. We've got 770 horsepower, 5-liter supercharged V8s in pickup trucks like this. The Shelby Super Snake pickup truck. 10-speed automatic. And that paint job, that looks like it was done by one of the top restoration shops in the country, but that's factory paint.
Right. Gorgeous and powerful.
Oh, dear.
65K will be short of what is needed. 1973 K5 Blazer here now, kind of opening a new era in 73 for the Chevy trucks.
K5s, that is the magic word these days when it comes to people looking for a customizable SUV. So many of them getting the full makeover. And you know, Scott, you look at this truck and you say, this would make a great starting point for a full resto mod treatment. And yet, it still maintains so much of its original charm and condition.
You want to talk about a conundrum.
Yeah. What would you do?
What do you do? I mean, with a few little tiny
I know. I'm picturing this
project
with a big crate motor and aftermarket wheels. And
well, that's not a little tiny project.
No, you know, and I'm thinking, what a great starting point. And yet, as I look at it, there's the other side of me that says, leave it the way it is.
Mm-hmm. You clean it up a little bit.
It's already got a V8 in it. It's got a 350. It's 4-wheel drive. And it's at the bid goes on desk right now. So who wants it? Come and get it.
24,000. Got to be more than that. 72 Olds Cutlass Supreme convertible. You are looking at it front and center.
Okay, so we just had the debate about the Blazer.
Well,
think about what you could debate about this Cutlass. What you could do with a Cutlass like this. Is this not asking for a 442 makeover?
Well, it's already got the badges.
And it's already got the 455. It's got the big block in it. And go all the way. You know, it's got the badges, but there's a lot more you can do to bring it into compliance with an original Oldsmobile 442. That includes the red inner fender wells. And
well, you're talking about the W30.
Well, yes, the W30 has that, and why not go, like I say, go to the max.
Yep.
But this the way it sits is a great, muscle car. It's got the automatic in it. That's called Flame Orange as well. And some extra options tacked on. The deck spoiler there is very 442-ish.
Okay, 38,000. That'll be where we leave it. Send it to bid goes on from here in Houston. So good to have you along for the ride here from Houston at the NRG Center. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and a 1971 Buick Skylark convertible. Black and white.
Yeah, and the consignor just says right up front, this is a GSX replica, not a real one. Well done. Masquerade here on 71 GSX. And once again, one of the things that stands out about this car is that it was only available in 2 colors, either the Apollo white like this or the Saturn yellow. And it's got the 455, which it should have with the automatic transmission. This one also has the hood tachometer, which was available on the GSX. Trading it well under what a documented GSX would be selling for, especially
Yeah.
a convertible. Yeah. That's rare air what these cars are trading at.
$50,000 is the bid, and that's the sale price. Coincidentally enough,
well bought.
Yeah, David Purvis back there, our consignment director at Mecum Auctions, on the phone with the new owner of that 71 Skylark convertible. Oh my goodness, Bill, first ballot Hall of Fame candidate right here. It's a 52 Chevy 3100 pickup. Look at this.
Oh, man. Woo. The Paint Hall of Fame just has another inductee. You are correct. 52 Chevy 3100. We see them customized on regular occasion, but very few reach the level of this one. Crate motor, 350, 330 horse, with a 700 R4 automatic transmission underneath. Really great job of giving this truck the right stance and the right ride. Height, Super Ride 2 front end with coilovers, Willwood disc brakes, 12-inch rotors, Foose wheels.
Wow.
Yeah. All the best of everything.
Hey, you know what? The reserve came off in the $60,000, $65,000 neighborhood.
I appreciate it. Obviously, my job is just kind of talking to where the bidding
and it's gotten a lot of love since then, for sure. 90 grand.
100. You buy 100 pounds and out of bed. Here down point of bed, down negative 100 pounds and out of bed, down point of bed, down.
Well, auctioneer in training there.
100 back row, 105.
We wanted to too, trust me, man. It's just that way.
Wow, what a truck, man.
You know, I've said it a million times. Choose the right paint and the right wheels, and you're halfway home.
So $100,000.
All right, very nicely done, young man, and an extra one since we're in six figures. $100,000. It's got all the right stuff.
Oh, name it. Powertrain paint, like I said, the wheels. Fit and finish interior. It's the way to do it.
Well, let's see what they've done to a 67 GTO convertible that's right behind the truck.
This should get some stout bidding, too. Frame-off restoration has the 400 cube V8, which made its debut in the GTO in 1966, a year earlier. But this one has factory air Scott, a GTO convertible with factory air conditioning. This one is, yeah, and it's according to Hoyle, has PHS documentation, Hurst dual gate shifter. Even has the general repair receipts. Whatever was done to maintain this GTO, they have receipts for it. You'll love to see that. And the reserve is off, and we're at $60,000.
By the way, you say according to Hoyle. Who is Hoyle?
Hoyle is my brother-in-law.
Now we know.
Now I know.
16 and a half years, and finally the truth is revealed.
Hesitated to reveal that.
66,000. You want to? 66, 7, 67. How negative is 67. $66,000. 67 pounds.
Yeah, they're still bidding.
Sold 66.
Until then.
Sold $66,000. Sold Ryan Brewer.
Wow, that is so gorgeous. 66,000, just bought that 67 GTO. While we have a minute, let's send it over to Danielle Trotta. She is standing by for us in the 303 staging lane.
Thank you, Scott Hoke. Yeah, coming your way soon, another fast powerhouse machine, and I love Maserati styling. This one is no exception. You saw the badging here on the front, MC20, and the MC20 pretty unique. Here's what this model of 2022 is going to deliver. Lightning quick acceleration, razor sharp handling, and a whole lot of power. Just to put this power in perspective, we're talking 621 horsepower. The current NASCAR stock car has 600. So you can more than hold your own on any road you want to hoe. And this MC20 is also only available in very limited numbers, which makes it rare and valuable to any sports car enthusiast. But its price tag, it's a little steep, Scott Hoke. MSRP was $215,000. So it's a beauty coming your way soon.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you, Danielle. And 1969 Camaro. is on the block.
Wow, what hasn't been done to this, I can't tell you. Ground up restoration, PPG jet black paint. Got to talk about that. Paint job is spectacular. 6.2 liter LSA V8. I'm guessing 550, 575 horse. 6-speed manual. Suspension underneath, you can't see it, but believe me, it's top notch. Front coilovers, Willwood Hydro Boost power disc brakes. Those are US mags, there they are again. They make so many really appealing wheel designs now.
They made that fluted 5-spoke deal that we saw earlier, just to give you kind of a quick comparison of the variety.
You go to their website. I mean, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm a pitchman for them, but I'm really impressed.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm really impressed with what they're doing.
Yeah, the high bid here on the Camaro, $90,000. And a 2019 Z06 yet again here, Bill.
Yeah, this was the year that the ZR1 Corvette really stole the headlines.
Oh, yeah, and still does.
And still does with that 755 horsepower LT4. This one is 650 horsepower, 6.2 supercharged engine. Dry sump oiling system in these. These really were cars that you could literally take right to a track day with very little preparation and get out there and mix it up. That's Elkhart blue as the paint. This has plenty of options. Limited slip differential, has the differential cooler with it, the 2LZ equipment group, the memory package. Heated and ventilated seats, dual zone, automatic climate control. I mean, we're just talking about all of the kind of, you know, cushy features it has, but the big story is that 650 horsepower underneath your right foot.
Oh, yeah.
And just incredible performance. 0 to 60 somewhere around 3.5 seconds. That'll easily do an 11 or 12 second quarter mile at 120, 125 miles an hour.
Laura, 77's a real good offer.
It's a beast. Beast mode on 4 wheels.
85. Raise your bid to 85. Just a
If I get 85, I'm going to give you 80. That's okay, right? Yeah.
Drop the hammer. Nobody else can bid. Give 85, sir.
Give like 80,
Give
meet him in the middle.
Nobody else can bid. Give 85,000.
79?
It'll be yours. 85,000.
78?
85,000. 85,000. You want to raise your bid to 82? Okay, thank you. Kirk, I still got 77.
Give
if
80.
it does any good at all.
77 does not work, right?
Still got 77.
No.
Okay?
I offered him
You want to raise your bid to
75
80? Go down a little bit, sir. Give 80. Might be able to get her done. Give 80. Give 80,000. You want to?
Give 79 at least.
$80,000. Give 80, sir. 80,000.
79.
80,000. Hey, well, we're going to close the bid at 77,000.
Okay, closing it at 77. I was going to say that C7 Gen ran from 2014 to 2019, and I love that body style and everything about that car.
And there were a lot of people that agree with you. I think I said that the LT4 was in the ZR1. It's an LT5.
Okay.
So let's clean up that little mess.
Okay. So we'll move also to 68 C10. Again, a pickup truck from the glamour era. 5-spoke wheels. Modern power. It's been lowered. It's got all the pieces again, Bill.
You know, the Z06 that we just saw, that's where that engine came from. That is a Z06 engine in that pickup truck there. Wow. With a 4L65E 4-speed automatic and all of the really high-end kind of features and modifications that we see on these modified pickup trucks. Hardly any of them go the easy way. Every piece, every part, every manner of construction is done right to the nines. Willwood disc brakes all the way around with a billet master cylinder. Those are Riddler wheels, beautiful 20-inch Riddler wheels. Inside Dakota gauges and beautiful Essex plush cut pipe carpeting and floor mats with sound deadener. That's an extra step a lot of builders don't go with.
67, last call.
Well, if the previous Corvette was beast mode, this pickup truck is uber beast mode.
Oh, this truck's a handful. Stainless exhaust. Beautifully detailed.
All right, 67,000 buys that pickup truck.
A truck anyone would love to own.
When's the last time that you have seen two green Ferraris at the same event?
I have never seen two green Ferraris at the same.
Here is the second of two green ones. This is a 2022 812 GTS. That's Verde Pino.
Molto bene, molto bene. And the reason we're seeing two green Ferraris is because this is a special order green, the Verde Pino, with a white, look at that interior, that white leather interior against the green. Oh dear. And it's not lacking in power, 785 horsepower, V12. Displacement 6.5 liters with a 7-speed Formula 1 dual clutch gearbox. Retractable hardtop, not something that Ferraris have been well known for. This one has it. Magnetheological suspension with front and rear lift. How's that for technology? Big sound system, JBL. Got Apple CarPlay integrated into it, dual zone automatic climate control, things that, once again, classic Ferraris just didn't coddle you with so many creature comforts like the modern generation cars do.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
And we're at $530,000.
Good close bid at 530,000. The bid goes on at 530. Internet.
The bid goes on at 530. I thought maybe another internet bidder might jump in, but not the case. And so that 812 GTS will head toward bid goes on as 66 Belvedere 2 from Plymouth rolls into the spot that the Ferrari just vacated.
1966 was the debut of the Street Hemi. This car was not delivered with a Hemi. That was added later. They completed the restoration on this in 2018, so the restoration is only about 5 years old.
Belvedere, Italian for beautiful view.
Oh, molto bene again.
Hey, yeah, mangia. So also, you know, Plymouth actually had an assembly plant called Belvedere in Belvedere, Illinois. Different spelling, had an I in there. And ironically, Belvederes were never assembled there. So there's no common ground between the Belvedere name and the Belvedere assembly plant.
Well, this is what you call your plain white wrapper. Nothing that would tip you off that there's a 426 Hemi hiding in that engine bay. Polished American racing torque thrust 2 wheels. And that is my definition of a sleeper right there.
Well, somebody's still got an opportunity to pick that one up. 37,000 as it heads to the bid goes on. And we head to a commercial timeout. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Houston, everyone, where it is exactly 3:03 p.m. Central Time. And how about that? As a way for us to introduce and remind you that 303 products are on every single vehicle as they cross the Mecum auction block. We could not have planned this any better, folks. 303mecum.com. Protected, spray wax, speed detailer, you name it, they've got it, and they will make your cars look absolutely spectacular.
Sometimes we look like geniuses.
Sometimes. All right, let's get back to the action on the block here. 1968 Camaro is up next for us, Bill. And not something, well, let's see. Oh, yes.
I hope I don't have to diagram that sentence.
No. Tell me about this 68 Camaro, Bill.
I'd be happy to. It's had a lot of work done to it, including a 572 cubic inch big block. I think that is the second largest engine we've had today. We had a 588 earlier on. We got a 572 in this. This one with a Trimix 6-speed. Imagine having all that horsepower with a shift-it-yourself 6-speed. My, oh my. Willwood brakes to slow it down. Those are Bose wheels with Nitto tires. Look good, and they grip. Rotisserie restoration was completed on this not that long ago with QA1 suspension and front coilovers for a great ride.
High bid here at $70,000. And another 73 Corvette coming up with that distinctive front and rear rubber bumper and
chrome in the
back. Yeah.
Rubber in the front, chrome in the back.
1 year.
That's right. Matching numbers 350, automatic transmission. So in 1973, you weren't talking about a whole lot of horsepower coming out of that 350. Probably a smidge over 200, 225. Just it was not a big time for big power. And small block Corvettes, automatic transmission as well. It's Mille red, the interior that you just got to look at, although that's not the color of the interior. I'm looking at what they're telling me, and we've got to correct that. Where's my eraser? It does have factory air and power steering. Power windows too, so yeah, we got some options here.
Affordable Corvette here, Bill.
Yeah, 73s, not usually budget busters.
Asking 23.
All right, there we go. Case in point. $22,000. And right behind that Corvette, a little bit of modern performance from Maserati. It's a 2022 MC20.
You've got your choice of European exotics here in Houston. This one with only 696 miles on that twin-turbo 3-liter V6, 621 horse, and almost as much torque. 538 pound-feet, 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission. I'm telling you, there is a horsepower war going on in the world right now with European manufacturers. Up until 2019, Maserati was getting their engines from Ferrari, but that stopped. They took their engine program in-house, so they're responsible for the power plant in this automobile. Grigio Mistero, by the way, is the color on the outside, and a black interior.
$120.
Almost as much technology in this as the Ferraris. The only difference being maybe that Ferrari has a Formula One program, and a lot of that technology trickles down into their street legal cars.
Good point. 170.
Oh, we talked about that Ferrari earlier, had 800 horsepower. That was a little too high maybe for what you wanted to handle on a daily driver. How about 621? Could you handle the Maserati?
No, let's go back to 800.
Oh, he likes the power.
I like 818. I like that number.
Well, $170,000. The consignor not so thrilled about that number, so he'll hold out for a little bit more. And we send it over to Chris Jacobs real quickly.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Hey, Camaro lovers, have I got a good one for you. Check out this gorgeous 1969 Copo Camaro. That is Central Office production order, of course, and they knew what they were doing when they ordered this one. L72 427 under the hood, making 425 horsepower, backed up by an M21 4-speed manual transmission, heavy-duty rear end, 410 gearing. This car just, oh, it's so cool. I can't even believe it. Look at it. Check out the color-matched wheels with the lower center caps, the smaller center caps. As you come around the back here, just see this is a flawless restoration. But what makes this car a one of one? Well, it's got to have a lot to do with this color combination. Olympic gold over dark green interior. How gorgeous is that? Wow, just absolutely flawless, as I said. This one's going across the block tomorrow, Saturday, and man, there's going to be some eyeballs on this one, Scott. This thing is perfect.
Oh, there's a couple of pairs of eyeballs on it right now from Bill and me, and yes, indeed, Chris, that will be coming up. Our coverage here on ESPN Plus begins again tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, noon here in Houston, and 10 in the morning out west. Thank you, CJ. How about another dually, Bill Stevens, an 02 F350 Lariat.
Full of muscle, too. 7.3-liter turbo diesel with an automatic transmission. This one with 4-wheel drive, although this truck has 6 wheels. But just work with me, okay? Yeah, nothing really that radical. This has not been modified. This is pretty much strictly the way it was delivered from the Ford dealer. And it has plenty of muscle. You want to tow your 5th wheel. You want to make it a work truck, a farm truck, whatever. It's got what it takes. You want to haul your race car trailer. Already has that Class 3 hitch on the back with your plug for your lights, your trailer lights. It's ready.
We'll get 19 bid against you. Now you got to be 20. You want to get 20? Take it 1. Now 1 of 1,000 young ladies at a 20. 1 of 1,000, 20. Now 1. Not going to be a bit of a 1 of 1,000 pound. At 20, not going to be 1 pound. Not going to be 20. Get a bit of a 1 of 1,000. I had 1 of 1,000. Sold 20,000. Sold 20,000.
Hey, 20 grand. That's not bad at all. Got a solid pickup truck. It'll work hard for you if you want it to. Next up, 1996 Land Rover Defender 90.
You know, a lot of times we show you the top side of these vehicles. We wanted to show you how clean and well presented the underneath of this 96 Land Rover is. Look at that. That's immaculate. And it has a 2.5-liter turbo diesel with a 5-speed. A lot of new parts and pieces, maintenance items that have been added to this truck as well. So it's got a long life ahead of it. Look at the Camel Trophy livery on the doors and right-hand drive. Of course, the Camel Trophy, one of the all-time infamous off-road events in the world, and this could have been a support vehicle for one of the teams or some of the officials, or maybe it's just made out to look like one. Spare gasoline can, spare tire up top. See the off-road lights. Yeah, that's
indeed.
Yeah, that's a go anywhere truck right there in front of you.
Okay, 55 grand, the high bid, and we will take another break. More coming up from Houston. Stay with us. Welcome back to Houston, 4th largest city in America. Great to be in Southeast Texas here this weekend, and we have some fantastic cars coming at you. Here's not to say we haven't had some fantastic cars already, but there's more to come. A 36 Ford here, Bill Stevens, and a high bid of $31,000.
Bone stock, including all steel body with a 221 cubic inch flat head. That lasted a few more years before the 239 came in, and that lasted all the way to 1953. Yeah.
Boy, what a long run, no matter which version, that flathead V8.
It was an engineering marvel.
Stood the test of time.
Yep.
Here is a 99 Porsche 911, a Carrera 4 in cabriolet form.
Well, if you don't think there's an affordable Porsche 911, you're looking at one. This goes back to 1999. 296 horse flat 6 with a 5-speed Tiptronic transmission with the steering wheel controls. Easy to drive, fun to drive, leather interior with heated seats. A little carbon fiber on the interior there as well.
Almost.
And that's ready for somebody to take out here and the wide open spaces of Texas and give it a little exercise.
Oh, man. No question. I'll tell you what, I was going to say, if this sells for under 30, that's well done.
That's what I mean. A 911, I don't care what year it is or, you know, what equipment or what model it is. If it's a 911, it's a 911.
You got it.
Yeah.
Similar shade of red on this 68 Camaro convertible, right behind the 911.
Yeah, at a time in 1968 when so many Camaros were going for the muscle crowd, this one pretty low powered, although a lot of dress up has been placed on that 327. So let's say that's probably about a 325 horsepower 327 there with those upgrades. Otherwise, just an automatic transmission, a power glide there, and a deluxe interior, and new convertible top. Well presented. And look at the money. People are appreciating this little Camaro.
They are. And a pretty fresh restoration, too. And it shows at 50 grand. That's where it hammers. Here comes a 2021 Jeep Wrangler up on the auction block right now. This is the, I believe this is the, well, I believe this is a sport, but it's been modified, obviously, with all kinds of goodies.
Yeah, Magnuson supercharger, upgraded intake, some adjustable shocks have been added underneath from King. Bump stops have been upgraded as well, 8-inch lift. Yeah, this has had the full Monty. 3.6 liter V6 with that supercharger.
All kinds of custom mods.
Yep. Tuscanero pink. Yep. Yeah, a little bit of money's been dropped on this Jeep.
65 grand is the current bid. That's the reserve coming off there.
Boy, so many purists screamed when they announced that the Wrangler was going to get 4 doors, but you know what? The sales just went right through the roof.
It was long overdue.
Yeah.
It really was. By the way, that interior, totally custom stitched upholstery.
Look at that with the diamond tuft pattern on the seat inserts.
Yep.
Labor intensive.
Wow. Okay. Found a new home from here in Houston, and a 1970 Nova is going to back that up.
Yeah, a little mini muscle car here, Scott. 350, conservative engine there. Looks like it has tune port injection on it. It's got air conditioning and a 700 R4 automatic transmission. Power brakes, rally wheels. Not a big money build, and certainly not a car that's going to bust into the same price range as so many other Novas that we see getting a lot more modifications. We could be closing in right now on a sale.
Get 30 bid. 1, 2, now 2, now 32, now 32, 32, not gonna move 2, down 1, down 2, in 2, not gonna move 2, here, not gonna move 2, down 1.
One of the most I was going to say one of the most popular cars on the parking lot at my high school anyway, in the late 70s, early 80s.
I'm willing to bet none of them look like this one.
No, they did not. Not close.
A few more thousand is going to sell that Nova.
Yeah, the
not there yet.
High bid here for the moment, 31 grand, and we check in with Chris Jacobs hanging out again in the 303 staging lane.
Oh man, I mean, it's a Ferrari fest on Friday here, Scott. Check out this 2023 Ferrari 812 Competizione. Just incredible, all the carbon fiber touches all over this car. Look at the front spoiler, and then I want to make a point of getting a close-up of these wheels. Oh yeah, carbon fiber wheels wrapped up in some Pirelli yellow lines. Got carbon ceramic rotors behind that huge Ferrari caliper there. Just unbelievable, so cool. I might have called it caliper, that's a rotor, of course, that carbon ceramic. More carbon fiber touches in the rear there, and check out the engine cover. No, the Competizione is not like the Tributo. It's not gonna let let you see what's under there. I want you to concentrate on all the other racy features that this car has. 6.5-liter V12 making 817 horsepower, backed up by a 7-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission. Wow, this thing looks like it's going 100 miles an hour just standing still. Unbelievable car. And once again, a beautiful Ferrari is going to be crossing the block very, very soon, Scott.
Cannot wait. Thank you, Chris. Over there in the 303 staging lane once again. Just finishing up on a 2005 Chevy SSR.
And this has not been overused by any stretch, only about 6,000 miles on it. And this is the good one. This has got the 6-liter, 390 horsepower engine, which they started putting in these as production, unfortunately, was beginning to wind down. But this one is going to sell, and that little truck right there looks a little goofy, but it will get up with that engine in it.
Mm-hmm. It brought $32,000.
That's what they used to say about me, Bill. Look a little goofy, but I still got to get up and go.
You know what they say about you? When you're going 100 miles an hour, it looks like you're standing still.
I deserve that. I deserve that.
Wow. Hey, Chris, don't poke the bear.
I'm learning my lesson slowly but surely. Oh, by the way, a guy who's here said this, that your brother-in-law says hello.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Here's a 96 Corvette Collector Edition. Always fun to see these. And, you know, Bill, we've discussed this on many occasions, how well Corvette did with collector editions, anniversary editions, commemorative type of cars over the course of 70-plus years.
Yeah, they immediately stand out from the regular garden variety Corvette, if there is such a thing. So yeah, tell you a little secret about this one too, Scott. You know, we talk a lot about the Corvette Grand Sport in 1996. That was the last year of the C4s.
Right.
You could get that engine in any Corvette in 1996. This has that LT4 330 horse with a 6-speed. And maybe that comes as a surprise to some people who might think that only the Grand Sport came with that powertrain. This one has it, and it sells for a ridiculously low price of $14,000.
Accurately stated. Wow. Okay, 1969 Dodge Super Bee. That is what we have on the auction block. Chris, what do you know about this car, brother?
Well, I previewed this one at the top of the show, and I think I picked out a good one. Now, the 812 package is something amongst the Mopar nomenclature that everybody loves and covets. Of course, that fiberglass liftoff hood that we just saw, and that is over the 440 with the 6-pack on there, hubcap delete, red line tires. You got this one is an automatic on the column, but really what this car is all about, what makes it stand out is that paint, A4 silver metallic, very rare combination on this car. But we had the 64.5 Mustang earlier in the show. This is a 69.5 Super Bee. That's when the 812 option was put out.
Yeah, this is the opposite number to the 446 barrel Roadrunner that was available in 1969. I'd like to match race those two cars. Who's your money on, Chris, between the Roadrunner and the Super Bee?
I gotta say the Super Bee, just because it just seems like it might be a little lighter, but who knows?
Yeah, good point. I'll tell you what, it'd be a photo finish, no matter who wins.
I guess a lot has to do with who's driving.
Well, if I'm driving, forget it.
115,000 a bid, 110, 115,000.
Six figures.
Come on, Matt. All done there. I'd get a 115. Jamie, all done. $115,000 I'd have, and I'd get a bit of a 10, 15, and it is. Sold 110.
110 grand buys that Super Bee from 1969. Put another one into the 6-figure category here in Houston.
Sweet ride.
Okay, a Hummer H2 up next from 2007.
Yeah, the Hummer 2 sort of answered the request of people who wanted to own a Hummer, but didn't want to go for the big boy. So this is the downsized version, the H2. Plenty of power, big 6-liter V8, and again, a vehicle that probably isn't the most practical in the world, but if you're arguing with somebody over a parking spot, you're probably going to win if you're driving an H2. It's got presence. It is an intimidating automobile / truck. This one's loaded. It's got the backup camera, keyless entry, leather interior. And it's got the navigation system, which I always like, because all you do is you tap in your destination, where you want to go, and I still get lost.
These were a bit of a sensation when they hit the market because it was kind of like a Hummer for anybody. It was a genius release from them. Yeah,
very much.
Began to rear its head with these. You're right.
They showed up in a lot of gated communities around.
Yes, indeed,
the United
luxurious.
States. All right, another shoebox Chevy for us now from 1955 in a Bel Air.
Conservative, but tasteful. Simple, but effective. Small block in it with an automatic. And all the chrome and the stainless and the emblems what have you have been retained. Gives it a real classic look. True spoke wheels all the way around. Those are real wire wheels. And nothing that radical. Budget build. And it's already going to get a new owner, Scott.
Yep, 30 grand, reserves off.
For you people who are not Bel Air aficionados, I'll show you something that you'll never be able to unsee once I point it out. Easy way to identify a 55 is from this molding right here, with along with the bumper forms a 5.
You know what? If somebody needs to go there to find out that's a 55 Chevy.
It's more proof.
Yeah, right. I need just a little more evidence.
Okay, coming up, the 2023 Ferrari 812 Competizione.
Here we go. Another high-end, high-horsepower Ferrari, 819 horsepower out of the V12, 6.5 liters. And that Formula One technology trickles down to that dual-clutch gearbox as well.
You know, they say 819. Why didn't they just say 820?
820. I know.
That makes much more sense.
Maybe it's the Italian to American conversion.
When 818 just isn't enough.
Yes.
It's like, why did the Marshall amps go to 11?
Well, that's a whole different story. 1.6 million is the bid.
999 of these were produced. So this is even more limited production than we normally see from a Ferrari.
Chris, I guess you could get some aftermarket knobs for your Marshall that have an 11 on them. That's not going to hurt anybody.
Well, the famous line is, why not just make 10 the highest? Why not just make 10 a little bit more?
I know.
Well, this one goes to 11.
Carbon fiber throughout. Lightweight technology along with the electronics. So, yeah.
What a piece.
Yep. Carbon fiber front air intakes, side stills, and diffuser. The instrument panel cover and the rear bench all brandishing carbon fiber material.
1,615,000. 1,615,000 a bid. 1,650,000. 1,615,000. 1,615,000 on a bid. I'd get a video of 6 here. I'd get a video of 15. I'd get a 6 here down pat. And I'd get a video of 600. I'd get a video of pat here. 1,650,000 bid. 1,650,000. Your turn of it here. 1,650,000. 1,650,000. I'd get a video of 6 here. I'd get a video of pat.
Oh, they.
6 here. I'd get a video of 50.
He's considering it, but I don't think he's going to pull the trigger for anything more than 1.5. That's just the vibe I get, Bill.
Well, now we'll let the Mecum deal team get to work. See if they can tie the knot.
$1,600,000 the car at the block. On about a late 12 with 88 miles on it. $1,600,000 bid. Individuals, 1,600,000. 1,600,000 a bid. 1,600,000. I'd get a bit of a kind of lorry there. I'd get a bit of a 5,600 down. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. 1,600,000 a bid. 1,500,000 a bid. 1,600,000. 1,500,000. 1,600,000 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 6 here. 1,600,000. 1,006,000. Hot get a bit of a cut of a 6 hair. Hot get a bit of 5 down 6 hair. Hot get a bit of half. 1,600,000. Dave, how are you feeling? 1.6. Maybe just a tick faster than Shelby's. 1,006,000. 1,600,000 a bit. How are you doing, Frank? Get a bit of a 6 hair. Don't like that look. Get a bit of 1.6 hair. Ladies and gentlemen, we got news for you. If you're in the market for an 812
the reserve is off.
Say that one is for sale. $1,600,000. Yes or no?
$1.5 million. How about that?
Yep, Dana and Frank working together.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause.
And
sold $1 million.
You know what? When the two of them team up, you can pretty much bet that a deal is coming.
Yes, indeed. There it is. 1.5 million, folks. We have a new leader in the clubhouse. That Ferrari rings the bell here in Houston. Oh, a good crowd here on a fantastic Friday in Houston. We're on ESPN Plus. Glad you're with us. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. Here's a little 2010 Lexus that somebody just picked up for 10 grand.
Yeah, just a perfect car. You know what? It's spring now. Summer's not far behind, and the convertibles are going to be coming out of hibernation. Someone's going to have some fun with that this summer.
Yep, and pretty short money, too. $10,000.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. All right, Chris Jacobs hanging out in the 303 staging lane. Chris, let's send it over to you real quickly.
Scott, I am hanging out here in these staging lanes. I don't see my camera around anymore, though. Am I on? Scott, take it away.
We will stand by with Chris and take a look at a 2001 Ford Explorer Sport that's unlike any Explorers you've seen. This has had some significant work done to it, Bill.
This isn't outside the box. They threw the box away. Where do I begin? Well, pretty standard fare in terms of power, the 4-liter V6 with an automatic. And only about 30,000 miles on this truck. That's a custom paint, as you can see, not factory, with custom wheels. And someone is going to make everyone purple with envy, I guess. I don't know how to wrap this up.
There you go. And it did sell. It's going to a new home, and we're into a group of number of no reserve cars. We mentioned over 50 here in total today in Houston. This 2013 E350 convertible is up next.
3.5-liter V6, an engine that has been used so much by Mercedes through so many of their product lines. Anytime you're behind a Mercedes-Benz and you see 350 like you see there, that means it's got that 3.5-liter V6. And just about all of them with automatics. And this convertible top is power operated. It's got nav and leather and heated seats. And only about 67,000 miles and $16,000 for a Benz convertible. I'll take it.
All right, let's see that and how it stacks up to this 2008 BMW M3 convertible.
Right, we just hammered the Benz for $16,000. This has the 4-liter, 414 horse, V8 in it. There's that M code badge on the top of the engine cover with a 6-speed manual. So yeah, this is going to trade a little higher, I would say. Just about the same mileage, maybe a little bit more mileage than the Benz, but just about all of the options that we saw in the Mercedes. And the bidding right now at $16,000, which was the hammer price on the Benz. But my guess would be this might be drawing a little bit more because of that M designation.
It's exactly what I was thinking, Bill.
Yeah. 414 horsepower.
Now 20. Internet, you're out now. You're going to be 20. 19. 20. 19. Going to get 20.
Factory alloy wheels. Silver metallic paint.
Last call, 20 pounds.
I think you're not walking home.
All right. Yeah, a little bump over the Benz. As expected.
As expected.
But still affordable, 19,000 bucks. Okay, Chris Jacobs now down in the 303 staging lane.
Scott, I'm back, and I'm glad I waited for the camera because you got to see this one. This is in remembrance of the Professor John Craman because he would have loved this car, 2024 Corvette C8 Z06 with the 3LZ package convertible. What a beautiful exterior color of rapid blue over a two-tone tension and twilight blue. Now, what is that 3LZ package? Well, it's the leather wrap dash as well as these GT3 racing seats with the carbon fiber trim in there. Just so cool. Powered by a 5.5 liter V8 making 670 horsepower. Just got so much style, just such a cool car. And the carbon fiber wheels like we saw on the Competizione is showing up on this Corvette here too with those massive brakes behind it. What a cool car, and it's got delivery miles, only 82 miles on the clock. So this one is a brand new car waiting to go home with a special Corvette lover. Scott?
That is a cool car, no doubt about it. Love those C8s, and you are correct. CJ, the Professor did as well. More coming up from Houston in a moment. So glad you're with us today on ESPN Plus. Hearing from some of you watching at work. Very cool. And we are having a good time with some fantastic cars and trucks here in Houston. No reserve 1990 F-150 pickup truck rolling right in front of our booth here. And Bill Stevens, 11,000 bucks at no reserve.
Where have they been hiding that truck? It is just so fresh looking.
Standard cab, short bed.
Yeah, you know, XLT Lariat package. It's got options. But the engine, it's been toyed with. It's got a cam and headers on it. And it sells. Wow, 12,000. Good for whoever just bought that truck.
No doubt.
Boy, that thing looks like it's a full-page ad in Mechanics Illustrated. Cool.
Okay, here is another early Ford Bronco. This one from 1966.
First year for the Bronco. And that Bronco right there is exactly like the one that I drove when I delivered pizzas at the Cambridge Tower of Pizza back in 1967.
Some wild rides for you.
Oh, same color, same engine, 3-speed manual on the column. Oh, those poor Broncos. I feel so guilty what we did to them. But this one has escaped all of my abuse. It's in very straight and original condition and selling at no reserve.
Hey, it was all in the name of getting the pizza there, right?
And you know what? Cambridge Tower Pizza was right near Radcliffe, Harvard University, where all the women went to college.
Oh.
So we couldn't get over there fast enough with those pizzas.
After 37. No, it's a ball. 35. You want to get 36?
Too bad you didn't have a Coyote or a 302 to drop in your little Bronco.
That would have been the best.
37, 36, 37. Higher David against 6 and 7. Under David
36,000.
38.
That is such a cutie.
It is.
You just said it's up to you.
Yeah, just a set of wheels on there, that's all.
Really?
Polished aluminum wheels. Raised white letter tires. What else do you need?
38,000. So, $37,000, Paul Guck.
We got another chance at a burgundy one.
How about that? $37,000.
Yep, it's Bronco o'clock.
It is. Another one right behind it, also from 1966.
Also with the 6-cylinder and the 3-speed manual on the column.
Wow.
And 4-wheel drive.
And this one, uncut rear fenders.
Yep. And 15-inch polished aluminum wheels.
So rare to see these 6-cylinder 66 Broncos back to back.
Right, without an engine swap or hot rodding it. No, look at how pristine the interior is. Wow. Yeah. That market continues to just be a favorite with collectors now. First generation Broncos, whether original, modified, and especially the high-end modifications, where people have just gone completely full boat on them. They are 6 figures without even, you know.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
You know, you don't even have to sell the truck; it sells itself.
$35,000, Nick.
Yeah, 218. Here's a great look at 1960.
Well, 35 grand buys that one. And rolling up right behind the Broncos is a 66. Hey, it's 1966 Ford o'clock.
It is. 3 in a row.
Here's a custom 500.
Hey, you want to talk about a sleeper? Look at the outside of this Ford Custom 500. Not even a Galaxy. Nope, it's down market, but that is a 347 stroker.
Boom.
I'm guessing maybe 400, 450 horse. I don't know what it's got for cam or heads or whatever. Tremec 5-speed, Ford 9-inch rear ends, got 370 gears. Look at that with the shifter and the tack on the steering column. That is ready for war.
I had a feeling this one might bring you out of your chair.
Oh, geez, look at the paint and the color-matched wheels and the poverty hubcaps. I mean, if that had 2 more doors, it'd be a taxi cab.
That's tanny, tanny, tanny.
Yes. Oh, what a fooler. Standard interior, bench seat.
20.
Would you do anything to it if you got it?
I don't think I would. You know, that stroker, that's almost too much motor for that custom 500. You let that car loose, and you better have both hands on the wheel.
3. 23.
You gotta just bend, man. You just gotta bend it. You're not gonna get it.
Internet, if you want to do it, you better do it quick. $23,000. Got Mitch at 21, a mask at 3. 23. Okay, how about now 4? Now 24. You guys all sit together. Kind of makes it a little difficult. I got 23 with Nick. 24. Last call.
Well, a lot of interest in this car, no doubt about that.
I'd like to see that.
$23,000 next.
I did think of something I would do.
Okay.
I'd put on a set of classic torque thrust wheels.
Oh, okay.
That'd be the icing on the cake.
It's a good idea. I'm on board with that.
I can picture that.
Okay, 1981 Corvette. Selling at no reserve.
The C3 generation winding down. This has the matching numbers. 350, 190 horse engine with an automatic transmission. These were anything but muscle Corvettes. We know that by now. The story's been told a million times. Performance was, well, it was hard to find in the Corvette as the C3 generation switched to the C4, and then not long thereafter, yeah, things began to get exciting again. This one is loaded. Power steering and brakes with factory air, tilt telescopic steering column, power windows, door locks.
They got 14, 15.
Those very attractive factory polished aluminum wheels.
15.5, last call.
That C3 generation ran for so many years, from 68 to 82, and it, you know, I'm thinking Corvette probably wanted to do something different, but they just couldn't yet.
Yeah, the industry had changed so much, the emissions laws and
exactly.
all of those things. But boy, it got off to a great start in 68. But
sure did.
Boy, it evolved in the wrong direction.
Okay, we'll move along. I think 15 for the Corvette, and we're looking at 15 for this Bentley, just getting started on it. It's an 05 Continental GT.
Yeah, with the W engine, the V6R engine that gets bolted together to give you 12 cylinders with another one, 552 horse. And you're about to see a car that sold well into 6 figures when it was new in 2005. Probably sell for less than that custom 500 that we just saw go by. Not a lot of miles. Odometer reads about 42,000.
Now 2, 21, 22.
The convertibles seem to trade, as you might expect, a little bit more than fixed head cars.
21, 22, 21 to bid. 22. Iron David to get 1 pound 2. Iron David to bid 21 down 2. Nick has the bid. Last call 22,000. So $21,000.
How do you like that? The Custom 500 sold for 23.
Right.
A Bentley sticking for well over 100,000. Sells for 21. It's like crazy talk. I can't believe I just said that.
Welcome back to Houston, where partly sunny skies meet us on this Friday. Temperature is about 83 degrees, and things are really heating up inside the NRG Center. And we're going to get you back to just the block in a moment. But first, I want to take you for a walk down memory lane. This is where we take a look at your favorite photos of cars gone by and post them to our Mecum Facebook page. Our first one may set a record, guys. I'm not sure I've ever had one 112 years old. About as old as the automobile itself. Check out Jason Ladd's picture, posted from his father, grandmother, and grandmother in 1955. This car's a 1913 Veely R32. Said, my family sold it in 1964, and I found it. It's back in my possession, and it's still donning the 1954 restoration that was done by my family. By the way, the Veely 32 got its name because it's 32 horsepower, and this model introduced the electric starter for the very first time. Thank you, Jason. I love that one. Next up is Donnie Watson. You see his family here. He says, me, my sister, and uncle next to my dad's 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. My dad bought it off the showroom floor, literally. Thanks, Donnie and Jason, for these submissions. Keep your pictures and stories coming, guys. Just post them to our Mecum Facebook page. Hey, Bill, got a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything right off the showroom floor?
Yes. I did.
Do you remember what it was?
Yeah. Yes, it was a Corvette, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, my 1980 Corvette I bought brand new.
Why did you have to have that showroom floor model? What was it about that one?
I wanted to attract women.
Said every man that's bought one ever. Well done.
Thank you.
You just saw that Camaro sell for, I think, 9,000, I'm sorry. And now a Maserati, a 2010 Maserati Gran Turismo S.
Yeah, we see these come through fairly regularly, Scott.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
These Gran Turismos, yeah. 433 horse V8. Fast cars, with an automatic, of course. This one, semi-loaded nav and leather and heated seats, and dual zone climate control. 43,000 miles reading on the odometer. A very conservative exterior with that gray metallic and tan interior. It's an exotic car, and it is selling for a fraction of what it sold for 15 years ago.
27 to bid 28,000. So $27,000, Travis.
All right, Travis Delzell helping out with the new owner of that Maserati, $27,000 worth, as we move away from that car. And we are just about to 4 o'clock here in Houston, 5 o'clock out east, and 2 hours still to come on ESPN+. So glad you're with us. There we are, our Twitter handles. You can also find all of us on Facebook, and I think, are you on Instagram, Bill?
No, I'm not.
You're not, okay. Facebook, Instagram, and I said Twitter. It's X now, so I'll catch up there.
Yeah, right. And people still make that mistake
all the time.
They still say it's the the San Diego Chargers.
We got to get Bill on Instagram, Scott, and then TikTok.
Oh,
a lot of work to do.
Lots. Yeah. Here is an 08 convertible Corvette at no reserve.
You know, the parade of slightly used Corvettes continues right here. This one just showing a little over 39,000 miles. LS3, that's the 430 horsepower 6.2. This with the automatic transmission and the 3LT equipment group. Pretty car, and sold at $33,000. That did not take long.
No, it did not. And speaking of slightly used Corvettes, We're going to get to the one that Chris previewed just a few minutes ago, coming up after this 77 F-150, and I'm talking about that 2024 Z06. So first, this pickup truck.
Well, I'm willing to bet that is not an original paint color on that truck. However, that is probably the original engine in there. That 351, four-wheel drive, short bed, automatic transmission, lift kit, and alloy wheels. And that's just about the package that we're looking at right here.
30 grand is the bid.
Strong money.
Yes, and 30 grand buys it.
Yeah.
Well, 30 grand may be the opening bid on this 2024 Z06 3LZ.
This is as fresh as you can be without driving it off the showroom floors. 83 miles on this Corvette. 670 horse, 5.5 liter V8. That's that flat plane crank V8. So much power under your right foot. 8-speed dual clutch automatic. And all the options. I mean, everything pretty much checked off when this Corvette was ordered. Carbon fiber interior trim. Carbon fiber ground effects, as you can see. Ground effects all over this Corvette. Diffuser in the back, rocker panels. Nothing overlooked. Retractable hardtop. Great sound system, a Bose sound system in this 14-speaker audio system. Got that engine appearance package, Scott, that we talked about earlier.
Right, right. All kinds of driver assist features.
Oh, all puffed out.
$145,000 for it. I have
140 is the bid.
Anybody give $145,000 for it?
Z06 still a magical nomenclature on any Corvette.
You know, it'd probably speed it up.
Boy, is it ever.
Not found in every generation. It's funny, the first year was 63.
Yeah.
But second generation Corvettes, the C2 cars, somehow we had to wait through the next couple generations to get back to the Z06.
Reserve is off now at 140.
Anybody else?
And that may be in part to what we were talking about earlier. The Z06 didn't really kind of fit in that C3 era.
Right, yeah.
After a certain point.
Yep. Performance kind of went the way of the woolly mammoth in the 70s with those oil embargoes and all of that craziness.
140 is the hammer price, the sale on that 2024 Corvette. And we sent it to Chris.
Thanks, Scott. You know, earlier Bill and I were discussing the 1970 body style of the Roadrunner. Well, this is what it turned into in 1971. As I said, a little curvier, swervier, more Coke bottled shape. This one is done up in sassy grass green. That is code FJ6. And this one's powered by its numbers matching N code 383, backed up by a 727 torque flight transmission. On the column, black interior, Krager wheels. You got a spoiler on the deck lid. Really nice car, super solid, good looking restoration. A lot of great Mopars going across the block today and a lot of interesting colors. This one no exception, and I will be up on the block when it rolls across. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate that. Love that sassy grass.
Yeah, you know, you'd be surprised how many muscle cars back in the day you could get a column shifted automatic.
Yes.
They were pretty widespread, but you don't see many of them today.
Next up, Ram Air 4, and when you say that in the same sentence as 69 GTO, you've said a lot.
Yeah, when you say Ram Air 4, you're talking about the ultimate 400 cubic inch engine available in the GTO in 1969. And that 370 horsepower is probably a very conservative number. These easily made over 400 horsepower. And you always want to look for documentation on these because it is a fairly easy operation to put a Ram Air 4 engine in a GTO. And unless you know what to look for, you would think that it was installed at the factory. This one has got all of the correct documentation that verifies this as being a real Ram Air 4.
It's
One of only 549 of them were produced in 1969 with that 4-speed transmission.
Anybody give $63,000 for it? $63,000.
62 is bid.
63. 64.
Yeah, we're going to go a little higher if we're going to sell this. Matador red, that's the color, black interior. 4-speed, all the documentation tells you. Now, the engine in this actually was delivered to the dealer in March of 1969. So not a numbers matching, but a date correct Ram Air 4 engine.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And $64,000. Bought it.
Nice.
Well, here's another Ford Bronco for us. This is a Sport from 1976.
Had some work done to it. First of all, it's been frame-off restored during the restoration. The 302. That went in there with Vitec fuel injection and tubular racing headers. C4 automatic transmission. That was the high-performance automatic transmission we saw throughout the muscle car era in the small block Ford offerings. The C6, of course, went with the bigger motors. Black interior, custom wheels, as you can see, AT tires, fender flares, the riveted fender flares. Give it a butch kind of vibe on it. And a hood scoop's been added.
$50,000. $50,000. Get 45, 50. I have 45, 50. 45, baby. You're going to get 50.
It's interesting to notice 76 that's been redone is not nearly as valuable as a untouched earlier Bronco. You know, I mean, just the promise of those earlier uncut ones.
Yeah, you know what? That's a toss-up. You know, people kind of have their own preferences on that. And we've seen both, and we've seen both sell for pretty strong money. Of course, 76 led into 77 when the big Bronco came in. These kind of fell out of favor a little bit back then, but not anymore.
Terrific crowd here at the NRG Center as we swing over to catch this 2005 Ram SRT 10. And this is the Yellow Fever edition that we see from time to time, Bill.
Yellow Fever and Viper Fever all kind of mixed together here. The truck I almost bought.
Bill's got the fever.
Well, I almost got it to the point I was going to buy one of these, and I didn't. And now I'm watching what's happening to the value of these trucks. And the low mileage, clean ones like this one, they're trading for around sticker price. Of course, it has the Viper engine, the 8.3 liter V10. That came in a couple of years earlier in the Viper, moving up from the 8.0 V10 engine. And this has the standard cab, and I like these because the standard cab, you could get the 6-speed manual. When you got the extended cab, they only made them with the automatic transmission. This has had some upgrades to it as well, but for the most part, it's pretty much an original truck.
And definitely a muscle truck, too. I'm wondering, is this the first year of the Ram SRT 10?
I think it was 04.
Okay, because I know the first year, 05 was the first year of the Dodge Magnum, which was kind of that similar vibe.
Oh, the Magnum, the station wagon.
The station wagon. I had one of those.
Oh, I didn't know that. What engine?
Wow.
It had the, I want to say the 5.7.
5.7?
Yeah.
All right, we move on to the 1969 El Camino that is next. $40,000 bid to begin the proceedings here.
Customized LS3. So we're talking about 430 horse, unless they've made some modifications to the engine. 4L60E automatic. Disc brakes on all 4 wheels, which you couldn't get from the factory back in '69. It's got headers. Made some changes to the suspension, tubular A-arms, front coilovers, and traction bars in the back to kind of keep the rear end of that car from going icky-balooky when you jam that throttle.
Now offering up 231.1.
Going to where?
Icky-balooky.
Okay.
I could have said Catawampus.
All right. With that, we need to head to break.
I think we do.
Yes, we do. Hey, when we come back, though, check out the Chevy Nova Custom from 1970. 6.2-liter LS3, automatic transmission, vintage air, all kinds of cool stuff. Recently built, and we'll see it next. A lot going on the floor of the NRG Center here in Houston today as we continue with our live streaming coverage on ESPN Plus with a 1982 Chevy Blazer. There's your custom wheel package, wheel and tire package, Bill.
That is killer. How about that? That's got to be grabber orange. And look at those polished wheels. You know, I look at a truck like this, Scott, and I often wonder, what did this look like before the project? Was this a junkyard dog?
Right.
Was this an original truck that was just, you know, in condition 3? Or, you know, what did they start with? Because look at the way it turned out. That is a show winner right there.
By the way, just a slight correction. You said grabber orange on the Chevy instead of Hugger
orange. I invented a color.
Hey, it's okay.
And it is sporting its houndstooth interior, too.
Cool.
So I had to check for that. The orange
package.
houndstooth.
Yeah.
Right. 78 FJ45 Land Cruiser pickup truck.
Yeah, another one of these vehicles that for so long was really not even on anyone's radar screen. I don't know what happened, but suddenly these Land Cruisers, these 70s Land Cruisers, became so desirable and collectible. The same owner has had this truck since 2006. So after the frame-off restoration, he's decided he's going to hand it off to somebody new. 4.2-liter inline-6 with a 4-speed manual. That's the original color, the Freeborn Red it's called. A lot of upgrades and a lot of either refurbishment or replacement on the components, both up top and underneath.
7,000.
Vintage air.
Slowing down a little bit. I mean,
Yeah, it's been slow all day.
you want to lift the reserve? It could.
Drop it. Yeah.
Okay, the reserve comes off at 47.
47 bid, you're going to give 8 bid, you're going to give 48.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Congratulations. I'm sorry.
They picked it up for 47,000. Laura Landis helping out those very happy new owners, new Land Cruiser owners.
Little tough guy.
Well, we have a Ferrari, actually 2 Ferraris at the top of our top sellers chart. Will we be able to add a third up there? Right now, it's a 2019 812 Superfast.
Black, inside, out, and underneath. That is evil incarnate right there. 6.5-liter V12 with 785 horsepower and the 7-speed F1 dual clutch gearbox that we see so much now in these late model Ferraris with the Formula One technology, electronics everywhere along with carbon fiber front bumper insert and front splitter, rear bumper sides, exterior sill kick, more carbon fiber, the central bridge, upper tunnel, sill cover, door panels, rear shelf, and bench trim. Around and around, every time you walk around the car, you see more carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is not cheap, by the way, in case you're wondering, which is why we're seeing $300,000 plus bidding on this automobile. This stickered maybe for $500,000 or more.
Those awesome yellow inserts in the interior picking up the badge on the fender. What a cool look, man.
Those
Ferraris just look so good in black.
Those badges, the Scuderia Ferrari badges, the brake calipers in yellow as well. Oh, it is just scrumptious. $320,000, and it's going to, the bid goes on. So a 2007 Ram 3500 SLT pickup truck is right behind the Ferrari. Another dually. It's been almost dually o'clock today.
It has been. From just about every make, Chevy, Ford. Now we've got a Dodge Ram 3500 here, and that 5.9-liter high output Cummins is what I call a ubiquitous turbo diesel. You are going to find that in so many Mopar trucks, automatic. That's flame red with a khaki interior. Kind of a gray khaki. Polished wheels, chrome bumpers, and some extra lighting up front. But again, this is a truck with an enormous amount of torque and pulling power.
$17,000, the current bid.
$17,500. 17,500. Zach, 17,500.
I just don't think anybody would buy this just to drive.
$17,500.
That's going to be pulling a trailer.
Oh, that's a work truck for sure.
Zach, you want to give 17? I got 16.5. Do you want to give 17? Give $17,000. Now $18,000. Now $18,000. What are you waiting on?
I want you to sell my truck.
Well, good. The reserve is off. 17, 18, 17, bid. You want to give 18? Now 19.
All right.
I have 18, bid. You want to give 19?
Jimmy follows the instructions, lifted the reserve.
You want to give 19?
19? I don't know.
Now 20. At 19, bid. You want to get 20? I have 19, bid. You want to get 20,000?
People know the truck's for sale. And you get some latecomers jumping in.
Oh, yeah.
Don't oversell it. Give 20. Sold. $19,000.
There you go.
Congratulations.
That'll do it. $19,000. Buys that 07 Dodge Ram. Okay, a little while ago we told you about this upcoming 1970 Nova Custom. 6.2 liter LS3, automatic transmission, vintage air, all kinds of good stuff here on a car that's recently been finished up.
Yeah, I want to show you something underneath. It's very clever on the build. That is, you see the original floor pans, but that is a tube chassis. The superstructure of that chassis is tubular, and the other thing is got a 4-link suspension in the back. So it's interesting to see how they went about building the superstructure of this Nova, things you would never guess looking at the top side. Well done.
Like it. 50,000 bucks. Going to be enough?
Blue metallic paint. Not going to get there.
Yep. Okay.
Blue metallic, and on the television, and probably for the viewers at home, there's a lot of purple coming through that blue metallic. But here in person, it's a lot bluer than it looks on the screen. It's a very interesting color.
Do not attempt to adjust your sets at home.
Do not attempt.
1970 Mach 1 is up on the block.
I think this is our first Mach 1 of the day. We had a Boss 302 earlier.
Right, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, let's give some love to a 70 Mach 1. 351 Cleveland. You could also get a 351 Windsor in 1970. But this was more the performance-oriented engine that was available. MSD ignition, yeah, some upgrades. A huge performance 3-speed automatic transmission. That is a racing setup with a B&M shifter right there. Rebuilt the drivetrain in this just a couple of years ago. Outside, recently refinished in the yellow paint. Power steering. Suspension's been lowered. And yeah, take a look at it. You see the ride height's been dropped a little bit on it. Boy, that looks good. Curry, aftermarket, 9-inch rear end. Magnum 500 style 15-inch wheels. Even an aftermarket wheel would not look better than those Magnums.
$38,000.
Come on, get the next one. Where are we now?
We're trying. We're sorting out a few bids.
$37,000. 35.
35 doesn't work.
Just a little bit more. They're almost there.
35.
35.
They're really close.
All right, Jimmy, we're close. We got 35,000.
Not yet. We're really close.
Not yet. 35.
I got 35, Deborah.
36,000. Okay. She said no.
I don't know.
Guess I'm going to close the bid.
35,000. We'll lift the reserve.
I'm going to close the bid at $35,000. Close the bid.
To us, we'll take it.
How much?
We'll take 35 to us.
That's all we've got bid.
Well, you can make money one way.
I got.
Well, I guess I might as well read about this one, Jimmy.
I got 35,000 bid. That's all I've got.
35 to us. Oh, you said no, not to us.
Sell it?
Let's sell it. Hey.
No.
No.
You were wanting to sell it at 37 and you wouldn't have got that much. So
Right.
No,
So then I backed in and got you hooked back up. So let's sell it at $35,000.
No. Can't do that. I'll do 33.
Well, a lot of discussion there, as you heard. So we'll move on.
Something tells me that car is going to sell at Bid Goes On. There was a lot going on there.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of distance between the consignor and what they were willing to do. You're right.
True. We'll see. By the way, if you ever want to find out about a car, any car at a Mecum auction, all you got to do is look up Mecum.com and sign up for My Mecum. You'll be able to log on and see the results that you want anytime, anywhere. 71 Roadrunner, here's your sassy grass green, CJ.
Oh my goodness, the high impact colors just so good. Limelight in the Dodge, sassy grass in the Plymouth cars. And Bill, as I was saying in my preview, this 71 body style, while the previous years were all 1 year only, this one kind of endured all the way till 74 with slight changes to the front and the rear, but the overall shape made it through the second generation Roadrunners run.
Yeah, it sold well. People like
it takes 30 grand to get it done.
We might be in the minority. This one with the 383, this was the last year for the Hemi, which is depressing, but when you think about what happened to the Roadrunner after 1971, boy, things did not get better, and by the time the Roadrunner went away...
Wouldn't have made sense anyway. I just think with all the emissions and the insurance mandates, the Hemi was, you know...
Went out with a whimper.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, we will take a break, and another Ferrari on the way, and some more terrific cars and trucks still to come. Welcome back to Houston with our live streaming coverage on ESPN Plus, and this C10 from 1970 just hit $38,000 for its high bid. And now to another Ferrari Roma. This one from 2024, the Roma, a front mid-engine car, technically. Debuted back in 2020. Here's one from just last year, Bill.
Not a V12, a V8 in this with 612 horsepower, 3.9 liters. This essentially replaced the Portofino.
Yes.
And originally you couldn't get a convertible, but now a convertible is available, and they're still building these. These are still in production. 8-speed F1 dual clutch automated transmission. And again, as we've been saying all day long, these late model Ferraris are just packed with technology, both driver aids and comfort and convenience features as well.
You know, I've read and heard guys talk about that technology, and some people feel like it's a little overkill, like it's too much to handle in the gizmo world, you know what I mean?
We've heard that said about the C8 Corvette. It has taken the responsibility of the driver kind of away from the driver in what the car is capable of doing, but you'll find arguments on both sides. And I certainly wouldn't take sides because I've never owned a car with that much technology.
Tell Frank it takes
like.
Well, the high bid at $200,000. You mentioned the convertible, and the convertible in the Roma was introduced in time for the 2023 model year. And as that one heads toward the bid goes on, we are very happy once again to be partnering with National Parts Depot again in 2025. They've been around for nearly 50 years, and right now our NPD preview with Bill Stevens.
With this little Camaro, what a neat little RS this is. And I gotta tell you why. Someone spent a lot of money to do the restoration on this. That's a little 327, 275 horse V8. Nothing radical there. Power Glide automatic. But this is not a muscle car by any stretch, and yet look at the quality of this restoration. It's got factory air, tilt steering column, that's butternut yellow, built at the Van Nuys, California assembly plant, which became almost as famous as the car itself. And it's so cool how someone would restore kind of a bone stock, very low horsepower Camaro, and probably used that book right there to get a lot of the parts and pieces from National Parts Depot. You got a Camaro you want to restore, you want to have it as impressive as this one, a good place to start would be right there.
Okie doke. Thank you, Bill. That's our National Parts Depot NPD preview, and you saw the website, nationalpartsdepot.com. By the way, as you watch this 59 T-Bird roll into place, that 2024 Roma, Ferrari Roma that we had, just sold while you were talking about the preview, $215,000. So you can put that in our top five for today. Yeah, in fact, 3 out of the top 5 are Ferraris, not surprisingly. Peek in the engine room here, Bill.
Yep. 1959 Ford Thunderbird, that's the 352. This is driver quality, maybe a little bit higher. It's had a restoration, not how recent it is, I can tell you, but the vehicle itself has a little over 41,000 miles, if you read the odometer. And Thunderbirds in this particular generation came with a lot of standard equipment. Power steering, power brakes, power windows. And of course, they all had the bucket seats with that center console. 59 Thunderbird, that was the year that you could also get that MEL, that Mercury Edsel Lincoln big block engine, the 430. This one has the 352 in it.
You see that Tasca Ford badge?
Tasca Ford, oh boy. Not well known for their Thunderbirds. Their Thunderbolts maybe, but not their Thunderbirds.
And that name's still very active in the NHRA.
Oh, you got it. Bob the Third still out there in Nitro Funny Car, and he's tearing it up, doing a great job.
Yep, I was watching them from Pomona over the weekend.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's go to the next. Go to the next car, which happens to be a 1960 Cadillac, better known as the Ghosbusters mobile, I suppose, or at least a replica of.
Yeah, that was called the something one.
What? Ecto 1?
Ecto 1. Yes, Ecto 1.
Okay.
All right, Aaron
McGriff with the assistant.
Right here. Good work, son. Yeah, this is a pretty faithful recreation of that car from the original Ghostbuster movie. I don't know where you would find all that stuff to put on there. I mean, a lot of that stuff I wouldn't think is off the shelf.
Oh, there's a license plate. If we'd been patient, we would have seen that.
Now, I'm not sure if the one in the movie was a 1960. I'm thinking it may have been a 59. Let's get our best people on that.
You know,
jumps back in.
Let's see if look at the bidding on this.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Wow. While we're being distracted with the nickname of this vehicle,
Good
it goes
deal
to $100,000 on the board.
Wow. You are right, Bill. A 1959 Caddy was the original.
Thought so.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, a 6-figure replica of that one here today in Houston.
Who are you going to call?
Welcome back to the NRG Center here in Houston. Part of NRG Park, the stadium, the Astrodome, this building, and this 1980 Corvette.
Well, it looks familiar if you ever watched Speed Racer. This is a replica of the Mach 5 that was one of the stars of that animated series. You know what? I'm almost ashamed to tell you, I never watched Speed Racer. Me, a kid who loved cars, never watched that cartoon.
I maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I don't know
for
why.
me.
I think because it was animated. I think it was a real people maybe, and it was a real car. I might have watched it. But anyway, it was popular. Was on for a while. Look at that, $45,000 for the Mach 5 replica. That's more than a stock 1980 Chevrolet Corvette traded at. That's
You should have taken your 1980 that you bought off the showroom floor and turned it into this.
Oh, I missed the boat. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed.
Well, we often send you to the 303 staging lane. We're going to do that here in a minute. But first, I want to tell you about 303's Protectant and Interior Cleaner, two products that give you a terrific, solid 1-2 punch to clean and protect your car's interior. The cleaner will take care of any interior surface without leaving a residue. Meantime, the Protectant is a UV protectant that keeps your plastic, rubber, vinyl surfaces from the harsh UV rays of the sun and keeps them looking like brand new. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. And now to Chris Jacobs in the 303 staging lane.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Out here with another Corvette going across the block in just a little bit. This is a 1957 Corvette, which was the first year of the fuel injection. However, we don't see that badge in the cove, so we know that this one, yep, is the carbureted version. That is a 327 topped off by two 4-barrel Carter carbs. Now this color right here on the consignment sheet, it says surf green, but in 57, the color from the factory was known as Cascade Green, so I'm not sure if it was painted a different color or if this is Cascade Green. Come around here to the back end, and Corvette spotters guys will notice something strange about this 57. Right here on the tail lamp. These tail lights didn't come out until 58, but hey, I don't mind them putting them on a 57 because they're a lot more aesthetically pleasing than the 57 tail lights. Come around the other side here, and we can see that it's a very nicely restored Corvette. Got the wheel covers on there with the color matched wheels matching that Cascade Green, and a final look at the 327 under the hood, which I believe is numbers matching. One other thing about spotting Corvette, these kind of faux air ducts right here were replaced on the Corvette in 1956 and 1957. They disappeared again in 1958 when the whole bunch of other styling cues appeared on the Corvette in 1958. So, I'm sorry, I said 327, that's a 283 under the hood. Apologize for that mistake that I made there. Actually, the consignment sheet does say 327, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. But good look at this Corvette that's going to be crossing the block very, very soon. Guys?
All right, CJ, thank you very much. 57 vet, always a contender, always attracts attention.
Yep, C1's market is, when they're that well restored, is always going to be very hot.
All right, a 1986 AMC Eagle wagon is on the auction block. Very rarely do we see these at an auction.
These were kind of cool, to be honest with you.
I agree.
You know, 4-wheel drive from the factory, 4.2-liter inline 6-cylinder engine, highly original. And look at the ride height. That's the way they came from the factory, sitting high and handsome.
15 grand buys that one. And next up, this is, we're just being told this here, that these two Corvettes, both from 1972 and both LT1s, Bill, are selling together.
I don't ever recall that happening. To have a couple of LT1s. It's always a treat to have one LT1, but here are two 1972 LT1s. That's a small block. That's the 350 cubic inch engine. It debuted in the Corvette in 1970 with 370 horsepower. It was a little torque monster. But next couple of years, we saw horsepower decline. Now these have 255 horsepower, and they have the 4-speed transmission. One in sunflower yellow, and the other in white. And positive traction, the 4-wheel disc brakes, as they all had. BF Goodrich white letter tires. And a lot of documentation, including the tank sticker, which we'd like to see, purchase order, and some other various documentation as well. All in excellent condition.
The yellow one with a luggage rack, the white one without?
Without. Take your pick.
Rally wheels on both.
Yep, last year for the LT1, but they did bring it back in 1992. that small block engine.
100 for the pair. 95. Now one. 95, 100.
Yeah, both documented matching numbers.
Right.
72 LT1.
Manual transmissions in both as well.
Yes.
Now one. 95 down 100. 95 going to be 100,000 on the bid all through. Hold on. Last call. 95 going to be 100.
95 for the pair
100
is the bid.
Close bid at 95. Down to the bid goes on at 95.
Coming down the lane, lot F250. 1967.
Okay, so the high bid for those two Corvettes, 95 grand. I wonder if somebody just wanted the yellow one and said, hey, I'll make you a deal over it. Bid goes on. We'll see.
You know, I'm trying to recall when we see something like this happen, and when a pair don't sell, sometimes you see the consignor break them up. And
I recall that happening many years ago with a little fleet of Motorama cars.
Yes, that's right. That's what happened.
And then I also remember the lot of Corvette pace cars in Indy a few years ago. There was like 20 of them.
Yeah.
And they sold for over $1 million altogether.
Motorama cars, you're right. The Cadillac, the Buick, and the Olds. And they did sell individually afterwards.
Here's a 1967 Pontiac Le Mans.
And given the GTO makeover treatment, the consignor, very upfront about this, not a real GTO. Of course, it doesn't have the GTO power plant. In 1967, it should have had the 400 cube V8. This one has the 326, which was one of those overlooked V8 engines in the Pontiac lineup for a while, really overshadowed by the GTO. 200 R4 automatic with overdrive and the GTO badging. The taillights give it away, as a Le Mans does not have the GTO taillights in it. But pretty close everywhere else. And it will trade for fairly strong money.
He said no.
Boy, it's got the look, though.
It does.
Really
does.
Say, everyone, sold, sold, sold.
And definitely a reasonable price tag.
Even has the correct hood, the correct scoop there, correct badging in the right places.
Here is a 1974 GMC pickup truck, custom pickup, slammed to the ground.
Oh man, custom with a capital C.
Yep.
Fuel injected 5.3 with that Holly Sniper electronic fuel injection. There you get a good look at it. We see that more and more now. A few other dress-up items in the engine compartment, all detailed. The transmission, a 4L60E. A lot of replacement parts in this truck during the makeover. Glass gasket seals, anything that was even the slightest in need of replacement was taken care of. Very fastidious. Aftermarket, I did it custom steering column, about 2 inches shorter than the factory column. This kind of gives you maybe the impression that the builder of this might have been as tall as you, Scott.
I like to have that wheel, though, closer to me.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I guess it gives you more control, you know. But for someone whose knees are hitting the bottom of the steering wheel, I don't know.
Well, that's, yeah, that would be a difficult problem. Yeah. Here's another custom pickup truck, a 71 C10 this time around.
Yeah, let's do it differently with this one, an LS2 with a 4L60E 4-speed automatic. Yeah, I'll tell you, the options on the bills on these pickup trucks truly unlimited. A little bit of work going on underneath with a Ride-Tech suspension, upper and lower tubular A-arms. Coilovers are adjustable along with shocks. 12-bolt rear end, the gears are 373s. And 4-wheel power disc brakes that have been cannibalized from a Corvette. Mini tubs in the back, get a little more rubber underneath there. And a very conservative paint job, the black working with the white.
59,000 is the bid.
20-inch wheels.
And hiding behind those wheels, those are Corvette
Yeah, I mentioned
four-wheel.
that.
Oh, you mentioned that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
62 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? 63 pounds.
That's a great look at it.
62,
Yeah.
63
High-end sound system, too. Good for blasting the tunes.
63 pounds and 62, 3, 4.
63,000.
I
think we're going to sell it. It's in the neighborhood. That is fair money.
68 pounds and out of bed. 67 pounds, 68 pounds and out of bed. 68 pounds and 68 pounds and out of bed. 67, 68 pounds and out of everybody else. 67 pounds, 68 pounds. 68 pounds and out of bed. 7, 8. 68 pounds and now 8. And now 70. 70
Reserves
pounds
off, right? 68 is what we have. Reserves off, right?
68 reserves off.
Yeah,
Reserve is off. 68, 70.
Oh, the reserve is off.
Going to get 9. 69, Ryan. Going to get 9. 69,000. He said no. So 68 pounds and $1.
Fair deal, both sides.
Yeah, 68 grand, and you were right. Not too far away, and they got it done.
Yeah.
All right, on the block next, Continental Mark II from all the way back in 1956.
With a build from Dr. Frankenstein.
That's Frankenstein.
Look at this. That's not original power in the engine compartment. That is a fuel-injected 4.6-liter double overhead cam V8 engine from the Ford parts catalog. It's a one-of-a-kind build using running gear from a newer Mark 8, engineered into the stock frame, 4-speed automatic, which they never even dreamed of in 1956. Factory cruise control. Lincoln Mark 8 has that air ride suspension. Oh, on and on and on. That gets my vote as the most impressive Mark II I have ever seen.
How about that?
Oh, all the way.
$55,000. Hey, it's still for sale.
Oh, I wish I could.
We got a commercial break. Knock
Don't
yourself
tempt
out.
me, buddy boy.
Sold $1,500,000.
What a great first day it's been here in Houston, and we're not done yet. 5 hours down, another hour to spend with you. And coming up tomorrow, our final day here in Houston, 6 hours of live coverage on ESPN Plus, beginning at 1 p.m. in the East. Time to go around the block and send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Oh, yeah, Danielle. It's always great to see a Boss 9 here at Mecum Auctions. This is a 1970 Boss 429, done up in grabber blue over the white interior with the matte black hood scoop on there. And this is going at no reserve. And yes, to answer your question, it is a real deal Boss 429. In fact, let's look inside the driver's door here to see if that CarCraft sticker is there. And there it is. So it is the real deal Boss 429, going tomorrow at no reserve.
All right, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, thank you very much. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens here in the booth, high above the red carpet at the NRG Center in Houston. And, man, it has been a custom pickup truck day today, if there ever was one. What I'm curious to find out, if there's anything that's going to be able to challenge the top 5, which right now is 3 Ferraris and 2 wing cars. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, that is a wild mix, but, you know, that's what makes Mecum so much fun, because you just never know what that top 5 is going to look like.
Let's talk about tomorrow real briefly, and one of the uber cool cars that will be on the block. We always love to see 1964 GTOs, especially this one.
Yeah, you know, only 1,500 GTOs in 1964 came through as a convertible with tri-power. This is one of them. There you see the 4-speed shifter there. Behind that 389 with 348 horsepower, and the finish on this car is extraordinary. Look at the way that paint shines. That is a repaint. That is a 5-star paint job all the way. Frame off restorations. And yes, the Grenadier red that you just saw makes that white top look even more spectacular. We'll see that tomorrow.
You see the 303 staging lane that represents cars still to come here on this Friday afternoon in Houston. Thank you for joining us on ESPN Plus. And the car that we have coming up is a 1976 Trans Am.
Matching numbers in storage for 20 years. A comprehensive 1-year restoration, less than 700 miles since that was completed. It's got the 455 big block board 30 over. Original parts, yes. Borg Warner Super 10, Super T10 rather, 4-speed. Original Rochester 4-barrel carburetor. And plus some upgrades. A Bluetooth stereo, custom black interior. That is Switchblade Silver. That's a PPG repaint. Front suspension has QA1 coilovers. Honeycomb wheels. You'll see those right there. 1976 is when those honeycomb wheels were offered for the last time. They went to the snowflakes in 77. Some people prefer the honeycomb wheels. Just a lot going on this 1976 Trans Am. As the whole Trans Am aura, you might say, was now beginning to slide a little bit. We had seen the last of the Super Duties in 73 and 74. Horsepower was down. It was just a time when the Trans Am was really trying to cling onto its performance image. But this car, obviously modified, is at least in some way helping to maintain that performance image.
Well, they needed Jackie Gleason and Burt Reynolds and Sally Field. That's what the Trans Am
Jerry
needed.
Reed.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
42. Oh!
Got 42 if that does you any good. Still thinking like 49 at the worst.
Get the 48 on that. The reserve comes off, Steve. Okay. They got 43 bid, asking 44. Yep.
44.
Yeah, the reserve's not off yet, but I think we're probably really close. You give me 44 and we'll try it on our end.
43 pounds the bid goes on at 43. Closer to 50, Paul.
Okay. Well, Paul Guck there helping the hopeful bidders in the upper left corner. They need to be closer to about $50,000. So they're going to send that Trans Am to the bid goes on while we look at a 66 Corvette.
Hey, you want an affordable mid-year Corvette? You might be looking at one right here.
Absolutely.
Small block engine, the 327. There it is. That looks like the 300 horse, which would have been the base in 1966. The 250 horse was the base prior to that. 4-speed manual. Very, excuse me, very well applied. Original color paint there. I'm guessing it's the Riverside red. Knockoff wheels and gold stripe tires. And not a 6-figure Corvette. But it's got the look. And it's got the image of all the mid-years from 63 to 67.
I think that would have been Rally Red in 66.
Oh, Rally Red, that's correct, yes.
57 is the bid. Hey, it's a beautiful car, regardless, and you're right. Mid-year Corvette.
Yep. 4-speed car.
Going to be hard to beat this one.
Yep.
Oh, I love those gold lines with that red, too.
Yeah. With the knockoff wheels. So classic. Won't get there, though. Not this time.
Well, they've quickly reopened the bidding.
16,000, 58 bid. Going to get 16,000 a bid. I'm going to bid about $15,000. Going to get 16,000. 58's the bid.
So $16,000.
You guys got interest in your car. be closer to 60.
You want to get 59?
Yeah, I got to be closer to 60. No, I got to be closer to 60.
You want to get $59,000?
Yes.
Paul, Mecum rule $63,000. Mecum rule
Yep. We have the high bid at
$63,000, sir.
The
Raise
seller
your
would
bid
like to get
$63,000. We end it
for
today. He can't bid
if you
and he
give
can't bid either, and you own the
$63,000,
car.
we'll sell the car right to you.
$63,000. I think it's going to happen.
I'm not sure 58 will get it bought.
$63,000. You want to do it?
63 and we'll sell it right to you.
60.
60?
Offer 60.
I got 60.
60. Well, that's an idea.
Well, let's split the
more over there,
difference a little bit.
61,000.
See if that works.
60, got 60 bid, $61,000. 60 is the bid. 61, they're all talking
63, right? Yeah, we're not even close. We got to be 63 in our pocket. We got to be 63 in the pocket. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that don't work. Okay.
Closing at $16,000 takes more yet.
Well, the gap is a little wide. And so next on the block, a 62 Lincoln Continental.
Yeah, this one is pretty much stock compared to that Mark II that we saw a little while ago. This is a little more tame.
Everything is stock compared to that one.
Yeah. 430 cubic inch, big V8 in this Lincoln Continental, which it needed that kind of cubic inches because that is one heavy automobile you were looking at right there. Turbo drive automatic transmission, that's Raven Black. And of course, I hesitate to call them suicide doors. I mean, that's technically what we refer to them as, the doors that are hinged in the rear and open in the opposite direction. I think, that's a little distasteful, but that's me. It's got all the options, power brakes and steering, and a lot of that is also original and standard equipment. And this won't make it to the top either.
Nope, 30 grand. That's the high mark. And here comes another Bronco from 1975. Heavily modified.
Oh, yeah.
Customized.
Hot rodded to the hilt.
You said it.
Small block 302. And after the frame-off restoration, then they got down to business with the motor, Lunati cam, and a roller rocker set, four-wheel drive. The Dana 20 transfer case. Hurst 3-speed floor shifter conversion. How about that? You just saw that engine room. Immaculate. Aluminum radiator. Yeah, we talked about those. Mallory ignition. Edelbrock 4-barrel carburetor. The bodies received new glass for all the doors. Flush-mounted windshield. Power four-wheel disc brakes as well. Big money build. Didn't scrimp a bit on anything.
Now 70,000. Oh, we found him. Probably not going to.
Yeah, if we can
there
get
you are.
this.
Now 70,000 a bid. Now
Very attractive paint scheme, too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love that.
Look at the red stripe. Don't see that ever. We're going to sell it, I think, if we get into the 70s. We'll make it happen.
Over there.
You did your job.
75 is bid.
And that rings the bell.
That one sells at $75,000. And Bill, I've been dying to tell you that it is now Bronc o'clock.
You've been waiting all day to drop that.
Not really, but.
Well,
back-to-back Broncos.
Yeah, I give you credit because that's exactly what's happening here. Hey, was that last Bronco too wild for you? Okay, we'll tone things down a little bit. This one also has a 302. It's rebuilt, but it is closer to stock specs as the last one, except for the Holley Sniper electronic fuel injection. 3-speed manual on the column and air conditioning. A few other little pieces underneath have been replaced, including the shocks. They're now adjustable. Fuel tank now has dual fuel pumps. feed that 302.
You know what? Both of these really very drivable.
Very much so, yes. You can live with these trucks.
No doubt.
47,000 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5-7 a bid. I'd get a bit of a 47,000. And I'd get a bit of a 7 here.
Give it another shot there, 47.
I'd get a bit of a ways in. I'd get a bit of ways in. Paul Dowater. I'd get a bit of a 5-7 a bid. And 45 here. I'd get a bit of a 7 here. I'd get a bit of a 45, 47. Yeah, there, 15. Internet's out, 15,000 a bid.
And there are a lot of folks that will lean more toward this, the stock appearing version, rather than the hopped up version.
And of course, you had a couple of body styles in those Gen 1 Broncos. This is the pickup version, and you had the SUV, the more traditional looking body.
Are you okay to sign up on a conditional sale? So we'll sign you up at 47,000, but they're going to call the seller and let you know if he accepts the offer. So they'll let you know.
Well, it appears that it has sold conditionally at 47,000. So we'll leave it at that and move to a 1965 Factory 5 Shelby Replica.
All done differently. Everybody has their own theme, their own vision for their Cobra Replica. Factory 5, as I mentioned earlier, out of Massachusetts, not far from where I live, and the Smith family has owned that company for a while. You know, the patriarch of that family was a fellow that moved to this country as an immigrant, and eventually the sons, grandsons took over the business, and they build not only Cobra replicas. We've seen the exotic car that they build, very reminiscent of the early 4GT. They build street rods now, but their stock and trade has been the Cobra replica, and we see many that look and are equipped like this one.
The high bid on this replica, 45,000 bucks. Okay. Well, how do you like your big 1965 Pontiac? I'm talking about this Grand Prix.
Oh, I like it a lot. I like them a lot.
I know you do.
Oh, the Grand Prix, the personal luxury car. And that fell into the same category as the Monte Carlo, the Buick Riviera, maybe the old Toronado. This was a class of automobile that gave you performance and appearance. Look at those 811 wheels. Oh my. Now this is the Grand Prix. This is the hardtop. And you could get the Catalina 2+2, which was the epitome of full-size Pontiac performance in 1965. But this one does have the 389, not a 421, automatic transmission, recently repainted, new parts here and there. The interior is original. And we've often commented on how durable and long-lasting those old GM interiors are. Pretty much indestructible.
On the Pontiac, 23, take it 24. 23's there, 24. Travis again,
oh, the styling.
24, you're in 23,
you know,
24.
Bill Mitchell, the head of GM Design at the time, they absolutely failed to build anything ugly back in the 60s.
You know, it's interesting because you compare the decade of the 50s, completely different story as far as styling goes, yet that decade was so cool.
Oh,
and like you said here in the 60s, the same thing but different.
Yep. And you see a de-emphasis on a lot of exterior chrome by the mid-1960s. Even the Cadillacs were becoming a little less glitzy at this particular time in history.
In the 50s, the motto was more is more.
Anything that isn't moving, put chrome on it.
All right, from the Grand Prix to 71 GMC Sierra.
And another interpretation of a custom pickup. This one with a big block, 454 with an automatic transmission. And it's received a mild camshaft, a little more performance from that, and the Edelbrock intake. Great workmanship on the truck. Take a look at this. Beautiful job finishing that bed with the hardwood floor, interior, just spotless. big bench seats been restitched, so the door panels, simple red paint, and beautiful chrome wheels. US mags again. No luck that time.
Yeah, another standard cab short bed custom pickup truck. And the high bid here at $40,000. We're in our final hour with you. Final 45 minutes, actually more to come after the break on ESPN+. We welcome you back to our live coverage streaming on ESPN Plus on this Friday from Houston. And of all the moments we've had today, we have whittled them down to one, and it's our State Farm moment of the day. You may be surprised that terrific insurance is available for a surprisingly great rate. You might remember this 1966 Shelby Cobra Replica in dark blue with the silver stripes and a fuel-injected 390 cube stroker V8 under that hood. All kinds of other performance goodies as well. It hammered a while ago for $39,000, much to the delight of that couple right there. And I think that's extremely well bought. And I think they're going to be pretty happy with it. That is today's State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. How about a 2015 lifted Suburban LTZ, Bill?
Yeah. Almost a monster truck. Wow. 5.3 liter V8 with an automatic. Yeah, that lift kit, boy, that gives it a whole new attitude. Wow. And boy, not too many things on the order sheet were left off when the original owner ordered this back 10 years ago. Heated and cooled front seats, dual power seats with leather. Rear heat and air conditioning, power rear hatch, running boards, and those beautiful alloy wheels. Not going to sell this time, though.
Right, 24 grand. All right, let's go back and see this Jeep CJ7, 30th anniversary. CJ7, this was from 1982.
Which would mean it's the 30th anniversary of the CJ Jeep from 1952. 74,000 miles on the clock, 4.2 liter inline six, 5-speed manual transmission. And it is, as you can see, pretty much in original condition. Added some fog lights on there. Interior, yep, as delivered. And this is not going to cost an outrageous amount of money either.
Not at all.
I don't know, Scott. I think these little Wranglers are going to outlive all of us.
You may be right.
I'm telling you.
They're so cool.
So cool and rugged and practical.
Yep. And in this case, still for sale, 13 grand. Let's go to Chris.
Well, Scott, the pickup market's been heating up in the last couple of years, and here's a great example of a low mileage, super clean pickup that probably can be had for a pretty good value. This is a 72 Chevy C10 Cheyenne. And as you can see, it's just got the basic 350 under the hood. What's nice about it, it's got factory air conditioning. And like I said, not any major dings or dents anywhere. The paint looks really good. And check out the interior, super clean too. About the only thing I can see is they might have upgraded that steering wheel just a bit. As we come around to the bed of the truck, it looks like they might have shot it with some fresh bed liner, because that looks relatively new also. But everything else looks pretty standard and stock. And that's why there's only a skosh under 14,000 miles on the clock on this pickup truck. So once again, you want a nice clean truck, get a bidder's badge, get down here to Houston, and this could be going home with you. Scott?
Sounds good, CJ. We appreciate that. Over in the 303 staging lane. I'm looking at the steering wheel and almost said the 303 steering lane.
Easy boy. No, hey, good pickup on that, Chris. That looks like a Camaro steering wheel in that truck.
Very cool. All right, 2014 Lotus Evora now, knocking on the door of $30,000.
Haven't had one of these lately, huh? This goes back 11 years, believe it or not, but it looks like, you know, it was just manufactured yesterday with those swoopy lines. 3.5 liter V6 with an automatic transmission. Most of the people who buy these prefer the manual. The boy racer type folks love these because they handle so well. They really are responsive. And this has drilled disc brakes with red painted calipers. That's a nice little dress up touch there. 10-spoke factory alloy wheels. Lotus, long known for cars that really are driver's cars, that really involve the driver. Their ability to just stick to the corners, and they're lightweight and they're nimble. And all the things you want in a sports car.
And it just hammered to that gentleman for $32,000. Okay, you ready for the kookiest car of the day?
Yes.
I saw this one yesterday, and it floored me. Guys, this is a 1949 Nash Ambassador street rod.
This is what we would call an odd rod, because you're starting with a car that you would not normally see get this kind of treatment. But you know what? Look at the build quality. Look at the craftsmanship on this street rod.
It's incredible.
350 Vortec crate engine with a 4L60E 4-speed automatic. Got ghost flames. Don't know if you picked them up. Maybe the next time we swing around you'll see them. Air suspension, dual compressors underneath with a Mustang 2 style front subframe that's been married to the original chassis. Front discs, their power, vintage air cruise control, body work, headlights have been French, door handles shaved, electric door and trunk poppers, and the color just perfect. What a choice. The blue with the chrome wheels, and it sits at just the right height. Almost has that that Dick Tracy look to it.
Well, and I was going to say, it's kind of a lead sled wannabe. It's the same time period, 49 to 51. But man, what a build it is.
Yeah.
Just so unusual.
Yep, a lot of labor there. Tinted glass, you can see that. They maintain the chrome bumper in the front, the chrome bumper in the back.
Wow, that's cool.
Color keyed side mirrors, sweet.
All right, we got to move to a 48 Ford hot rod pickup, total custom here.
Yeah, let's see, what was the thought process here? That is a turbocharged engine. Not sure what it is. Can't recall seeing one set up exactly like that. That interior has more sheet metal than when I was wearing braces. Look at that. That's a cooling fan in the back that I guess is meant to cool the fuel tank there. Or there's a shot of the engine again. I'll take a wild guess. That is some kind of a 4-cylinder straight 4 out of something. We don't have a whole lot of information on this, so I'm just sort of vamping here. I'm learning as I go.
Maybe the builder was vamping too.
Just
when
too
he
wild.
Put it together.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's a turbo. That I can tell you.
That is unusual.
Yeah.
One of none. $25,000, and the bid goes on that custom. Back to Houston in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston. If you've been watching the last 5.5 hours or so, you'll know I've had an affinity for these European sports cars, but sometimes you just need to go with a good old American classic. And that's what we have right here. 1965 Chevelle SS convertible underwent a frame-off restoration. Power-operated black convertible top that looks brand new. Small block V8 engine, 4-speed manual transmission. Great solid standard Chevelle, right? The interior matching the paint. Love those beautiful bucket seats. It's the color, Bill Stevens, I wanted to ask you about. Inside and out, you can see it here, a great match. The color is called Marlboro Maroon. and I was wondering if there was a connection to the tobacco manufacturer. Doing some research, I found that this is an actual GM paint code. The color is called Marlboro Maroon. And from professional painters, they say that this color may be the toughest in all colors to paint and paint right. But I was kind of wondering, Marlboro Maroon, any connection to the cigarette company that you may know of?
I do not think so, and that Marlboro Maroon was available across the whole Chevrolet line. Corvettes had Marlboro Maroon, full-size Chevys. I do know if you look at the interior right now, that somebody went to their closet today and their leisure suit is missing. They used that to stitch those seats, but no.
I kind of want to smoke a Marlboro in here with some bell-bottoms on, to be honest with you.
Oh, it takes you back, yep. But no, I do not think there's a connection with the R.J. Reynolds people.
It's beautiful car, though, and I love the color. It's great. Coming your way soon, Scott Hoke.
DT, thank you very much. And if you are wondering how in the world to get a car from the auction floor to your garage door, that is the answer. You can call Mecum Transport, get a quote online, transport.mecum.com. Mike Baker heads up that team. We've talked about him and his group. They do such a good job of giving your car the white glove treatment, and they will do it right. Mecum Transport, at your service. All right, on to the block we go once again in the final 30 minutes we have with you today. Don't forget, back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, once again, noon here in Houston. 87 Silverado, 1500, Bill.
Yep. Proves my point, Scott. You pick the right color, you apply it properly, and the right wheels. And I'm telling you, you don't have to overthink it to come up with a very striking custom. Look at this LS Power with a 6-speed automatic transmission, and that color is called Root Beer Brown. And boy, does that tell you exactly what color that is, huh?
It plays really well with that gold grill, too. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, simple but effective. I always like to see a truck like this that didn't really require a whole lot of modification to get your attention.
36.5
in your pocket
is bid.
I got 36.5. No, that's bid. I would write you a check for 34. I'll write you a check for 34.
I got too much in.
35?
35 will work.
Reserves off, 36.5, you're in.
36.5 with Nick, 37. 36.5, 37. Hit anybody else? Last call. 36.5. You've honored 37,000. So 36,000.
So, congratulations, James. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. 36.5 buys that Silverado.
Yep, and that goes to the point we've made any number of times how, you know what? You can spend the money to build that truck the way you want, or you could buy it already built, and you're not going to sink as much money into that transaction.
Chris Jacobs' mint green 57 Corvette is on the block right now.
You know, I'm confused by this car. I really am, because there's competing cues all over it. You know, you walk up from the front, you're going, oh, that's obviously a 56 or a 57. You run around to the back, you go, well, wait a second, those are 58 taillights. So, and then of course what's on the consignment sheet doesn't match up with what the factory offered back in 57, does it, Bill?
Yeah, correct. The 327 didn't come in until 62, and the engine swap was done so well that you certainly could be excused for thinking that it is a 327 instead of the original 283, or vice versa.
Right.
Because the swap was done, you know, with an eye toward making it look original.
And we've seen that so many times where you put different
350 in there, make it look like a 327.
Absolutely. Or even a 283.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, bid goes on that Corvette. And a 97 F350 XLT is next.
Ooh, that's the Queen Mary. Look at that truck. Wow. Long bed, crew cab, under the hood, 7.3 liter diesel V8. High performance transmission from ATS. And the turbocharger has been upgraded, probably pushing more boost through that diesel engine. Exhaust has been reworked, 6-inch lift, interior, That is plenty of room for me and you and the rest of the team, Scott. And it's a crew cab.
I would say this truck is parked remotely often. You know,
yes.
It's so huge.
Right. Oh, I mean,
circling the lot.
This is a 2-space truck.
Well, you know, if you want to go back to when Ford came out with the Excursion SUV, people bought them and discovered they wouldn't fit in their garage.
Right. Yeah, they try to put it down and the sensors go out, it goes right back up.
All right, here is an anniversary, another anniversary Corvette, the 40th anniversary from 1993.
Yeah, I love that ruby red. You know, as soon as you see one, you know that's that 40th anniversary color. This one with a 6-speed manual, not an automatic. And I think I mentioned this before, going to Bloomington Gold and seeing 25 or 30 of these ruby red cars all in one place. Oh. It's so much fun to see. There you see that 6-speed shifter right there. And it's all original. Looks like it's had a charmed life. Just over 40,000 miles on that vet. Oh my God, you know what? We may see the absolute pinnacle of goodbyes. Oh dear, under $10,000 for that anniversary car. Yeah. I know, I'm speechless.
Well, they are out there, folks, just saying. Get them while you can. We are back at the NRG Center in Houston as we bring you day one of our coverage, day two of the event overall here on ESPN+. And a 1968 Chevy Suburban selling at no reserve. This one's pretty low to the ground, Bill, but we still get a chance to look under it, right?
Yeah, you think it looks great up top. Well, the underside of it matches. Oh my, how about the detailing there? By the way, the nickname of this truck is Spooky. It's got the 6-liter V8. It's got an automatic with overdrive, all new interior, and US mags again, the 20 inches, but that picture right there tells you how much attention to detail went into the construction.
No reserve, 42 grand.
Yeah, this is a well-done truck, and again, a subject for a customization that we don't see a lot of, certainly not as radical as this one.
This is one of those 1 door on the driver's side, 2 doors on the passenger side trucks.
That's correct.
Yep.
That was an attempt by General Motors to add a little passenger safety to these trucks and not have people getting in and out on the traffic side of the vehicle.
And unbeknownst to them, it was also going to introduce some passenger confusion too, perhaps.
Yeah, that too.
So 55 pounds another. So 55 pounds and Megan.
Where's the door handle over here?
Yeah, now I see that happening.
Hey, but you know what? 55 grand selling a no reserve. That's a pretty well done build, I think.
Oh, you got that.
And what you showed us underneath is proof positive of that.
Little extra effort pays off.
Here's a 66 C10 now.
All right, let's see how this differs from what we've seen so far.
It's low.
It's low. Slightly different color choice from what we've seen. Nothing done to the body. All of the chrome emblems and moldings in place. It does have a crate motor, a 350 with a turbo 350. Interior's leather.
Nothing too outlandish here.
Exactly. 5-spoke wheels. 6-spoke wheels. Here I go again. I don't know what it is about me.
$43,000. 43. Higher than a $3,000 bid on later done. 43. Your man's out. You want to get 43? You got 42.
I don't want it.
43.
That's all I've got.
Yes, you do. You do.
Work as hard as we can. I got 42. I know it's not what you wanted, but
45, 43. 42's bid. 43. 42's bid next. 43.
I got 42.
42. 43. Last call. 42.
I'll cut the commission on write you a check for 39.
Reserve
All
is
right.
up.
Seth Baugh there, or Blake Baugh, sorry. Seth's his brother. Blake talked to the consignor, got the deal worked out.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
So $42,000 next.
Well bought.
There you go, yeah.
284, 1948.
All right, we move, as they take care of the paperwork, move from that 66 pickup truck to 1948, and this Chevy 3100.
Conservative build, fat fender, 48, 3100 pickup. Brown on the outside, brown on the inside, and inside the engine compartment is a 350, all dressed up. You see the accessory flex hose there, and the powder-coated pieces, and some chrome as well, all very cleanly installed. And it works, the brown on the brown. No graphics, no pinstriping, no Viking women airbrushed on the on the driver's door. Oh, kept it simple.
You just said that to see if everyone was paying attention, right?
I do that sometimes.
Close the bid at $45,000, 6 over $50,000 to buy.
Well, maybe 5,000 away from the target number, perhaps. That's what Trev announced to the crowd here.
Pick up a clock.
It is. This one from 1971.
Oh, this one has a little bit more growl to it. This got a 383 stroker in it.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Sniper fuel injection, feeding it the gasoline it needs, 4-speed automatic with overdrive, and no expense spared to build the truck, according to the consignor, and it shows. See, it has air conditioning there, the compressor in the foreground, chrome valve covers, open element air cleaner, interior. Yep, that's custom. We'll get a look at it right now. Houndstooth seat inserts, and some extra little dress-up pieces on the inside as well. And the boys at the Bid Goes On desk will be busy when that particular truck becomes available.
We've had several sell at the Bid Goes On today. Normally about 10% thereabouts of the total sales at any given event happen at Bid Goes On. So they are always busy. Here's a little bit different treatment to a 1951 Chevy pickup.
It's something we see every now and then. It's that artificial patina application on the paint. And, you know, sometimes from a couple of feet away, it doesn't look artificial. It looks like the real thing. There's the engine in this. That's a big block. That's a 396 with a big 4-barrel open element air cleaner. And you can see the air conditioning compressor there as well. Power steering and brakes, the aluminum radiator we've discussed earlier. And the interior has kind of a funky treatment with the patina on the dashboard.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a patina truck from bumper to bumper.
Old toolbox in the back, in the bed of the truck.
Yep.
And $15,000. Certainly a conversation piece still available at Bid Goes On. We send it to Danielle.
Scott, Chris Jacobs and I each have picked a car you cannot miss tomorrow. They're each very different in nature, but both custom chrome beauties. Let's start with mine. 1963 Chevy Nova, and it gets my award for one, just having what I think is the best color combo. This stunning blue exterior paired with tan leather seats and maybe some alligator. I think this is what this might be, some alligator stitched patchwork, real Texas flair. If you're like the owner of this car, needs to have boots to match. But it has all the modern creature comforts you can want with that 1963 Chevy Nova flair, the best of both worlds, and crossing the block tomorrow. Chris Jacobs, what'd you find?
I'll take your custom and I'll up you a custom. This is a 1956 Chevy Townsman custom wagon, and there is nothing that hasn't been gone through and touched on this vehicle. Frame off restoration And speaking of that frame, it is a Speed Tech performance chassis that it's riding on. You're looking at the LS3 swap under the hood right there. Custom valve colors. What a beautiful color from House of Color. It's known as Candy Brandywine over soft beige, both on the exterior and interior. Those wheels are custom one-off wheels, and the seats are very comfy. Those are actually out of a Cadillac CTSV. That LS3 has made it to a 5-speed automatic transmission, Dakota digital gauges, push button start. I mean, the list of custom touches goes on and on this beautiful, beautiful 56. And it's going to be crossing the block as well tomorrow on Saturday, guys.
Look at that paint. Hey, Chris, don't fall into that paint, man.
Oh,
that is
man.
deep.
It is. I'm not going to touch it because it may still be wet.
It is Hall of Fame material. What a cushy car that is. All right, thank you both. It's coming up tomorrow. Those are coming up tomorrow. 1960 Continental Mark V convertible.
Yeah, this was the end of an era for the Lincoln Continental, from that big, boxy Lincoln from outer space look to the 1961 Lincoln, which was really toned down with the styling that they stayed with for half a dozen years. But this one represents when the Lincoln styling really was going toe-to-toe with the Cadillac and just wanted to outdo what was happening at General Motors.
Exactly. And the high bid here, $23,000. Short of the mark for that consignor. Here is the 77 CJ7 again. Golden Eagle trim this time.
Yep, and already at $18,000, you know, we're within striking distance of getting the hammer on this little guy. 258 cubic inch inline, 6 with a 3-speed manual. And nothing in the way of modifications or upgrades, really. This is bone stock. Oh, didn't make it. I thought it would.
Okay, 18 is going to be the high bid. 2010 F250 Lariat.
Well, this could win the Altitude Award today. That's really got a lift on it. 6.4 liter diesel, 350 horse, automatic with overdrive. Yeah, get a look underneath. What's brewing underneath there? A lot of power, a lot of torque there. 52-inch roof-mounted, 22-inch bumper-mounted LED light bars. Oh, you can turn night to day with those suckers. Nice leather interior there. That's stone leather is what they call that color. Reserves off.
Yes. That to me looks like maybe, I don't know, 6, 8, 10-inch lift.
Yeah, at least.
Maybe more.
Got the riveted flares on the wheel wells there. Give it a real butch kind of feel.
So $25,000.
And 25 grand. Couldn't build it right now for that.
No, those wheels alone probably run you between 8 and 10 grand.
All right, so we move from the Lariat to an 07 Corvette that has arrived.
And this has had quite the redesign, hasn't it here, huh? Customized by a place called Super Vets. And they are responsible for the carbon fiber body conversion. And the car does retain an OEM look, but it has wider proportions if you look close. 6 liter, 750 horse, supercharged 6 liter V8 with an automatic. Very subtle, kind of a candy color orange with white accents, and a Borla attack exhaust system with those quad outlets coming out the back. That's going to make some pretty delicious sounding music at full throttle.
How much horsepower?
Oh, only 750.
Okay. I just want to give you the chance to say it again.
Ask me again. Yeah, no, love that. Remember now, the 2019 ZR1 had 755, so this is right there in that neighborhood.
$22,000, Travis.
All right, $22,000. That's what she sells for.
Excellent purchase. Good for that person. Wow. That's a one-of-a-kind Corvette. You won't run into that at the next cruise.
Nope, not at all. All right, now the 65 Chevelle Super Sport convertible.
Yep.
Danielle took us through this one a little while ago. V8 under the hood.
Yeah, real Super Sport too.
Right,
It's a 138 car. You look for that in the VIN, and that tells you. Yeah, a little small block V8 in it, little 327. Could be 200, 250 horse, somewhere in that neighborhood. With a 4-speed. Convertible top. It is the power operated top.
Well, the high bid reaches $28,000, and we have reached our final timeout of the afternoon. We'll come back to wrap up today's program here in just a moment. Oh, so glad you're still with us here. In case you joined us late, we'll bring you up to date on our top sellers. In the number 3 spot today, super cool 69 Dodge Daytona, brought $295, edging out the 70 Plymouth Superbird. More on that in a minute. In the number 2 spot, a 2021 Ferrari F8 Tributo with that 710 horsepower 3.9 liter V8 twin turbo V8, by the way. It brought 300 grand, but far and away our number 1 car today, $1.5 million for this 2023 Ferrari 812 Competizione with only 88 miles on the odometer. That is a limited edition, one of 999 built, 819 horsepower, Bill Stevens.
And you know what, Scott? I believe that the Ferraris now have a winning streak going on our top sellers. I believe there's been a Ferrari in the top 5 at all 3 of our auctions this year.
Well, and here we have 3 of the top 5 with those 2 wing cars kind of in the middle there.
Yeah, at least the United States didn't get completely shut out, which makes all of us happy. But 2 Mopars, yeah, broke up the Ferrari monopoly on the top 5 at least this day.
And the 2 that you might have expected to do that, they filled the bill today. Yeah. Chris Jacobs, what's coming up tomorrow, my friend?
You know wing cars are always going to make the top 5, Scott. Come on.
Yep.
Well, I started my preview day with a Dodge, so I'll end it with a Dodge. This is a 1970 Dodge Charger. It's got the N code 383 under the hood, backed up by an automatic transmission. And the thing I love most about this car is the color combination. So you're getting to look at the Kragers there, but white exterior over green interior and also green vinyl top too. You just don't see that combination that often. Super clean looking interior, rally dash. Things are looking very good inside there as far as the wear and tear goes. And then check it out, ready to go on a road trip? The luggage rack option. Gotta love that on this 70 Charger. Very, very cool. This car's gonna be going across the block tomorrow and Saturday, and I can't wait because as far as color combinations go, this one is in the unusual category. Scott?
All right, I am with you all the way on that one, CJ. Thank you. Don't forget coverage tomorrow beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern, noon here in Houston on ESPN+. Is your seatbelt fastened here, Bill?
As tight as can be.
Good.
Wow, yes, I know what you're getting at. Yikes. Yeah, you know what? This is a street build, and so amazing to me to see cars like this that really were never designed or intended to be raced. You could take it to a racetrack, obviously, but this is a car that was built to be king of the street. 358 cube small block with a blower and 2 big, I mean, thirsty 4-barrel carburetors with a race prep 700 R4 automatic, a pro street build all the way, all the right parts and pieces. It is a gorilla.
Well, we have time for one last vehicle, I believe. And a 96 Bronco, top shelf Eddie Bauer edition here.
Yep, top of the line. Yeah, very rugged, outdoorsy kind of image on these Broncos. with that Eddie Bauer trim level. Frame off restoration, only about 2,500 miles since they finished it. 6-liter LQ4 Vortex 6000 V8, 4L65E automatic. So some serious upgrades in terms of the powertrain. 4-inch lift, Bilstein shocks, and they got posi both front and rear with 456 gears. This is a climber.
Yeah, 30 grand, that's the bid. And is that going to be enough to sell it? Maybe. They're working on it. And that is going to be our final vehicle. They just lifted the reserve at $31,000. But we are out of time. So we will invite you to join us tomorrow, beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern, as I mentioned, 10 a.m. out west here on ESPN Plus. And we'll find out which car or truck has what it takes to become our Mecum top seller here in Houston. That's all of our time for tonight. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow from Houston.
So